Camping the Night Away is coming up Thursday, October 5th at Cedar Ridge Winery and Distillery in Swisher. This annual Children's Cancer Connection event is one way you can support Camp Heart Connection camps, offered free of charge to Iowa families affected by childhood cancer. Enjoy a camp-themed evening of food, drinks, games, auctions, and raffles, all for a great cause. Get tickets at childrenscancerconnection.org. That's childrenscancerconnection.org. Felt like we needed that, folks. We needed a feel-good 30 seconds before we start this, whatever this is going to be. I don't know what this is going to be. 10:04 p.m. in the Central Time Zone, and we are recapping. What are we recapping? Oh, yes. 31-0 in Happy Valley. Despite the loss, I'm still pleased to be joined by none other than Coach Don Patterson. Don, you and I are proudly sporting the Tiger Hawk polos on this very unhappy Saturday night. I really have no idea where to start. I feel like we may end up having a record crowd on this show tonight. I can tell you, Don, we're starting off, combined with our two channels, just short of 450 people already on here in the first few minutes. So I can give you an idea, even though it's late on a Saturday night, we're coming off a 31-0 beatdown. The passion with this fan base, the level of frustration with this fan base, and it's not that we haven't been here before, but was this an all-time low, at least in recent time?
Yes. One word answer, yes. They flashed up a graphic late in the game, as you're probably aware of. The last shutout that Kirk suffered was in year one. So I think since then we've had 286 games in which we've scored, and tonight not so. And that it wasn't just 31. we were not competitive at all. And it's a surprise to all of us. It's a surprise to those coaches. I can promise you. It should force every last player and coach to really do a little soul searching and ask that difficult question: what can I do better than what I'm doing now to help this team? And if we don't get that result, then it will be wasted. And I don't think it'll be wasted. Certainly, the good news is we don't play anybody on our schedule that's as good as Penn State going forward. And as we talked about even a week or two ago, if we're going to lose a game, I'd rather it be to Penn State than to anyone else, because as you know, all we have to do is win in the West to be able to represent. And right now, of course, we don't feel very worthy of representing in Indianapolis, but maybe by the time December rolls around, we will.
What does that mean, Don?
Well, it means we have a lot of examination, self-examination we have to do. We have to be honest, honest appraisal. Here's one thing I did flash back on. Bill Brazier once famously said, "You're never as good as you think you are, but you're never as bad as you think you are either." Well, right now we have a lot of players and maybe some coaches feel like we must be, one of the worst teams in football, and we're not. Although at times tonight the outcome of the game would suggest we were. But we're not. There are any number of teams on our schedule that we can absolutely beat, starting with Michigan State next week. And one reason I'm confident in saying that is we're back in Kinnick. I know our fans are upset, and they have a right to be upset, but they're no more upset than our players and coaches. And by the time next Saturday rolls around, our fans will recognize we need their support. We need to be there in large numbers to remind them all over again that we care about them, and we want to do what we can to help them to win football games. And that'll all start a week from now. We'll get it done next Saturday night. I'd be willing to bet.
Don, I have to be very careful with what I say this evening.
Okay.
Over the last year, I have been very firm on where I stand with a lot of things. And so I just want to make clear that, first of all, people have not listened to my takes before. This is not me reacting in the moment. But I'm going to say something that I know has been a common narrative out there for years. And Don, you're in your 70s. All right? You've admitted to me that you're no spring chicken anymore, right?
Yeah, I've got a younger mind than 72, though.
Amen to that. But let me just say this, Don. And I'm going to say some things tonight that may sound like I'm stating facts. They're really my opinions. You can correct them if you want. It's not going to offend me whatsoever. I'll start with this. This offense is antiquated. It's antiquated, right. Don. Listen, they upgraded at quarterback in the offseason. They did. I don't care what the narrative out there on Cade McNamara tonight is. I know what the stats say. And I'm not going to sit here and argue with anybody that's going to try to convince me that Cade McNamara is not a significant upgrade over Spencer Petras. I'm not going to argue with it. I'm just not going to. I'd rather go to sleep. I'd rather go to bed. I'm not going to do that. But the fact of the matter is we saw no difference tonight. Now, this is a really good Penn State team, Don.
Right.
But we're going to get into the stats here in a little bit. But I have come to the conclusion, I know a lot of people will say, well, where have you been the last 3 years, Corey? This offense is ancient. It's antiquated. And I don't know that it can be done this way anymore, Don. I keep Kirk and this staff want to continue to convince us that you can win this way. And you can win 8 to 9 games a year. But in order to compete at the level that Penn State is trying to compete at this year, and that a lot of Iowa fans would love to compete at, they are not going to be able to do that with this type of offense. I'm not talking about quality. I'm talking about scheme. And I don't know if the answer is you go spread or whatever. I know that everybody likes to fall back on that. But I believe this offense is antiquated. Tell me I'm wrong, Don.
You're right. Here's a quote from Gary Danielson. I have a lot of respect for Gary Danielson. He knows football. Used to be a quarterback for Purdue. You probably know that. And I quote, Iowa is too one-dimensional on offense. That's an accurate statement.
Okay, what does that
and
mean?
By that he doesn't mean we only run the ball, we don't know how to throw it, or we only throw it, we don't know how to run it. He doesn't mean that. He just means one-dimensional with our thinking.
So what is?
I believe that's what he.
Okay, so you're right. I agree with you. Can you explain to me what is the thinking with the Iowa offense? I'm not telling you it's obviously not working, but I want you to explain to me, because you're a coach, you see what they're doing out there. Can you explain to me what they're trying to do? Can someone please explain to me what they're trying to do? Because I'm at a loss as to what even the plan is anymore on offense.
Well, the plan is to never beat ourselves. The plan is to be really, really secure with the ball. The irony there, of course, is we got killed on turnovers tonight too. The plan is to be sure that we have a chance to win with an outstanding kicking game and an outstanding defense, and to be able to protect the ball on offense, take advantage.
Let's just summarize this for a lot of fans who have heard that before, Don. And I'm not saying that you're endorsing that plan per se, but you're simply surmising what Iowa has said and what Kirk Ferentz has said over the years and how Iowa plays. But let's just simplify this for everybody. What you just got done saying, Don, is basically we don't really care about producing on offense. Is that basically what you're saying? It's really not a concern of ours. We just want the offense to stay out of the way of the defense and special teams. That's what it feels like. I can tell you from a fan's perspective, maybe not from a coach's perspective, Don. I'm telling you as a frustrated, upset fan this evening, that's what it feels like. It feels like we've been going here. We've been stuck in mud for a minimum of 3 years. Some would say 23 years, but 3 years, this offense has been what we saw this evening, okay? And it feels to me, it appears to me, exactly what you just said. Our goal is simply for the offense to stay out of the way of the two other units that are typically elite. And I believe the two other units are going to be just fine this year. Special teams made some bad mistakes today, as did the defense. But again, let's focus on the issues, the real program issues that are at hand here. And they're not with those two units. But the problem is, Don, this is my perspective, when you have a situation, and I go back to the Big Ten championship game in 2021. To me, this is like the exact same game. In many ways, it was the exact same game. Iowa comes out early, has a chance on a play to take some momentum early. Remember the halfback throw to the end zone that was incomplete, and we complained about how we missed a field goal, and everything flipped at that point, and ends up being a blowout, 42-3. Same thing tonight. Eric All gets a first down in the red zone. You're feeling good. He fumbles the ball away. Penn State takes it, goes down, gets 3 points, at least a 6-point swing, maybe a 10-point swing. At that point, you feel like we're treading water. But that's the problem. That this dam that this Iowa program is on right now, that has been built by a solid foundation on defense and special teams, is so darn fragile, Don, that if
you've heard me say before, Corey, we don't have much margin for error.
There's no margin for error.
Right.
You have. I mean, I have people ripping the defense on social media. This is exactly what people did last year. When things when things happen like they did tonight, or you go back to the Ohio State game, another perfect example. How many games do we have, losses like this, Don, that almost play out the same exact way? This is maybe, as far as the stats are concerned, an all-time bad performance. But go back to the Ohio State game last year. Remember, they were competitive in the first quarter of that game, largely because of a Joe Evans strip sack return for a touchdown. And the defense just held. And eventually you have so much water coming in that dam just breaks.
Right.
And if the offense just absolutely gives you nothing, I don't know. I
can't recall. Corey, I look at a lot of final game stats. All 64 Big Ten games every year for the last 8 years I've looked at. That's more than 500. I recall a game where one team had 7 plays and the other had 33. I've never seen that. I'm sure I've never seen that in 500 games in the Big Ten over the last 8 years. So it's obviously a case of one not being able to stay on the field. That would be our offense. And then our defense obviously had a damn near impossible time getting off the field. And you got to give credit to Penn State offense for that. I'm sure our defensive players and coaches would say we were not part of the solution. We were also part of the problem because our job is to get off the field. Our job is to stop drives. Tonight they didn't do that very well at all.
Let me give you some.
And that's how you end up with the blowout. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let me give you some. Let me give everybody some stats. I'm not going to throw them up on the screen at this point. Maybe I will later. Let me give everybody some stats. If you missed these or you want a sad reminder of what we got this evening, let me see if I can find. Okay, here's the. Did get the official box score now from Iowa. I'm sure they regrettably sent this out. So for the game, Cade McNamara, Don, 5 of 14 for 42 yards, 42 passing yards. Iowa had let me get this right, two receptions by wide receivers. 2 receptions for 18 yards. 14 of those yards came in garbage time on a slant to Deontay Vines with Iowa's second-string quarterback in the game. Caleb Brown is maybe the highest-rated receiver in Iowa in Kirk Ferentz's history here, at least from a recruiting standpoint. Don, he has 0 catches through 4 games. 0 catches.
And to my recollection, never more than 2 targets a game.
Can you? Can you explain that? Is there any way to explain that? Any way at all? Besides just saying he's young, which is what we hear a lot. He's young.
Well, one thing we haven't done, obviously, we haven't spent much time at all trying to figure out a way to get the ball in his arms. We did hand the ball to him a week ago on a wide run, you might recall. And he actually looked pretty good going around the edge of the defense. We made a first down on that play, you might recall. I think he ran for 8. But we haven't come up with good ways to get the ball to him, obviously. One obvious question that you might have is, was there ever a ball that was thrown more than 20 yards downfield by us at any time during the game? Did we, as we always refer to it, did we take a shot tonight? Was there a single shot that we attempted down the field? And I know what some people are going to say. Well, we can't take a shot because we can't protect long enough. You know what I'm going to say? Those are situations in which you keep a tight end in to help that tackle. And the guy covering the tight end is not going to be able to help on that receiver going down the field, right, if it's man coverage. You still got isolated corners. You still got to be able to throw and catch, but at least you have a chance if you'll buy the quarterback enough time. And the other thing we do, and you're familiar with this term, we might also max the protection in that we keep the back in and we tell him, we don't want you out. Your job is to help the tackle. So you be there to, however you want to do it. You've heard that term thud. You know, a lot of time you'll put a back up near the line of scrimmage, near the tackle. His job is to hit that edge rusher just to blunt the guy, not try to knock the hell out of him, because you might knock him off inside the tackle, but our tackles clearly need help. Those were not average pass rushers tonight, and they made us look foolish too many times to count. And it wasn't just our right tackle. It was also our left tackle. It was both tackles.
I thought Mason. I'm not gonna attack anybody personally tonight, but Mason Richmond did not look good on television. And maybe the game film will look better, but there's this perception that he's Iowa's best lineman. Well, maybe that's between him and Logan Jones. He did not look good on TV today,
right?
From my perspective. Lemansky.
It seemed like we had more trouble with the outside rushers than the inside rushers.
Lemansky, thank you for the super chat. Hate it when we make Franklin look good. Well, yeah, I'm not a big James Franklin fan. D. Rollifson, upside, Michigan State next week, nobody hurt. Brian, way behind the 25-point goal, confirms his lack of creativity with one-time new play, the shuttle pass, which ended up resulting in a fumble, right?
That was a well-conceived play. Too bad that it ended up as a fumble.
Yeah, that was a well-conceived play.
My challenge to Brian, show me another well-conceived play.
Yeah, why is it this is another thought I had during the game, and I've heard other people call in and say this, but I'll just repeat that, regurgitate that, because I think it's fair based on what we saw tonight. It feels to me, Don, again, as a fan, talking to a coach here, it feels to me that, especially this year, and I go back to Iowa State, I go back to Utah State, I go back to this game, it seems like we have like the first drive or two drawn up. Like we've got all these little wrinkles that we've figured out for the first couple of drives, and they tend to work. Now, tonight they didn't produce points because one of them was a fumble, but you get 2 first downs on the first drive. And how many first downs do they have for the rest of the game? 4. The other 2 came in garbage time.
Right, 2 at the end.
So it seems like the first 2 drives are all orchestrated, and then after that we have nothing. We just go back to we have no idea what we're doing. Might as well just roll the dice. That's what it seems like to me, Don.
That's a depressing thought. We had 0 first downs probably for about 40 consecutive minutes off the game clock. Wouldn't you imagine that's true? I think our first downs were in the first 5 minutes and the last 5 minutes, more or less. That would leave us with 50 minutes in between. I'm not sure, but I'm sure some sports writers are going to crunch the numbers and be able to tell us what our drought was without a first down.
I know this is going to be depressing for a lot of people, but we're recapping the game. This is a post-game show. We need to run through some stats. So let me give you first quarter stats for Iowa, Don. 2 first downs for Iowa, 5 rushes for 30 yards with 36 passing yards. Not great numbers, but you can at least live with those numbers. You can live with that first quarter if you take away the fumble from Eric Hall, right? Let's flash forward to the second quarter. 0 first downs, 9 rushing yards, 6 passing downs. Or passing yards. 3 total yards of offense in the second quarter. 3. Let's go to the third quarter. 0 first downs, 9 total offensive yards. 9. That's third quarter. And then we go to the fourth quarter. They had 22 total offensive yards in the fourth quarter.
What's our total offense for the night then? Less than 100?
Total offense for the night. Let's see. 76, Don.
Okay.
76 to 397.
Well, it's kind of like I texted you during the game. I had a 1-word text. Incredible. Meaning it's incredible that
I know
that it can be so one-sided.
You know, somebody I was watching the game with tonight, and then we can get to our calls. D. Rollison, thank you for the super chat. He says, for 850,000, Brian deserves to better call plays for all the guys who trust him. The tackles can't hold up, and no tight end for Richmond or Dunker G's. Thank you for the super chat, D. Rollison. And then Danimal, question for Don. For a failing offense, what percentage of blame falls on the OC? What percentage of blame falls on the players? I feel like we've had this question a number of times, but Don, feel free to address it as you please.
Well, I would like to think that they share in the blame. I think if it's anything, if they perceive it as anything other than that, then it's not healthy going forward for us to do that. They have to own equally in our favor, and they have to assume that they are as much to blame. The coaches are as much to blame as the players. The players are as much to blame as the coaches. How are we going to solve it if we're not all pulling together in the same way? So I would hope that they share the responsibility. That would be my answer. They equally deserve blame for the way we played tonight.
DC Hawkeye, I feel bad for the defense on the field most of the game. Most points scored against us and who knows how long. Sad. Well, they gave up 55, 50 plus last year to Ohio State. But again,
a lot of short fields in that game, as I recall.
Not a reflection of the defense. Not to say that they don't have things to clean up. You were absolutely right when you talked about not being able to get off the field at times. But Don, at some point, aren't you going to get gassed? Isn't your defense just going to get absolutely worn down?
I couldn't help but notice, Corey, I swear to God, we didn't sub much at all tonight. I'm talking even D-line. I don't think the backups got many reps, and I can understand it in a way because we need to put our best foot forward. And if our starters are a little better than our backups, the way the game was playing out, I could see there was some hesitancy to put in some backups. I don't think the backups played much at all on defense. We had guys, they commented during the game. I bet our 2 starting linebackers played 90-something snaps. I don't know if they were ever out. And they hung in there as best they could, but they were clearly exhausted. And part of that's on them, as you know I'm going to say. They're responsible for finding a way to get off the field. And for that matter, we need to be sure we help them as best we can. Sometimes I'll say it this way, Corey. You've heard me say before, extreme situations call for extreme measures. And by that I mean on defense, if we can't get off the field, let's just use it as an example. If they're running the ball down our throat, then we have no choice but to load the box and take our chances outside one-on-one. I'm not talking about playing man-free. I'm talking about playing straight man coverage. You might have noticed tonight we actually brought our free safety a couple of times on a free safety blitz. I'm glad we did because we're trying to force the issue. We're trying to make a safety when they were down on the goal line. You remember that sequence of downs? Remember Xavier actually charging across the line of scrimmage? We're trying to create points. And I'm glad Phil did that. That's the right thing to do. But the bottom line, of course, is you got to never take your thinking cap off, because if whatever you're doing is not working, you got to try something else. And you don't just give up and surrender. You try to go down with your guns blazing, and that means extreme measures require extreme actions. And the same example I could give you relating to offense would be, okay, max protect and send 2 receivers out. We got to try to make a big play. We got to give our quarterback time to do it. So if you need extra blockers, then for God's sakes, let's require people to block and go out with 2 receivers. And they're outside on the formation. And with a little bit of luck, safe to say, how many people showed up and played cover 2 all night against us? Not very many. So in general, we do have one-on-one coverage outside. Is it hard to imagine, Corey? People aren't afraid to do it because we don't throw the ball that often to them anyway. Why would they waste coverage to cover guys that don't get the ball? Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. Larry, you got rain. It didn't help. You said you'd get turnovers. You didn't. You questioned Penn State's defense. Shut out. Stop disrespecting Penn State. I said I wouldn't be close. Aller was better than Cade by a mile. Thank you for the $10. Appreciate that.
I believe he might have been wearing white tonight, I think.
Yeah. Appreciate all of our super chats. By the way, just a kudos to everybody for showing up. Please continue to share the show out. Be sure to hit the like button on social media. Even though the game sucked, post-game show won't. And we're at almost 1,100 live viewers as we speak right now, Don. So people want to hear from you. They want a voice of reason in this very tumultuous during this very tumultuous evening. We're going to go to a few calls. We're going to try to keep the calls short and sweet, folks, because we've got a plethora of calls. We're expecting Tom Caker to jump on following the press conference with Kirk. So please forgive me if I cut you off a little early tonight. We've got a lot of people, a lot of things to get to. All right, let's go.
Corey, I'll make an effort to keep my answers short.
Let's go to Logan, who's been on hold. Logan, welcome to the show.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Great, yeah. I just want to say I've been watching your guys' show forever. Big fans, love all the takes. So with that, I guess the first thing I wanted to say was, Corey, you can speak on this as well, but Coach Patterson, do you think that if we had a change at OC, do you think it would, in the end, still be the same offense? Like, do you think Kirk runs it overall, or do you think it would be different?
He asked you, Corey.
No, he didn't.
Oh, he didn't?
No, I don't think so. Logan, who do you want to hear from, me or Coach?
Any of you.
I'll give you my opinion. I think in large part it would be very similar. I think it would be in large part very similar, Don.
It would depend on Kirk's marching orders to the next OC. Obviously, I would like to think Kirk would say, "I'm going to give you a lot of responsibility in running this offense. I don't want you to worry about whether or not I'm going to second guess you. That's why I've hired you, is to upgrade the offense." And I don't know if that'll ever happen, of course, but I would like to think that's the way the conversation would play.
Okay, well, that leads me into my next thing. I guess I probably am with Corey here. Just I can't see much change happening, and I've kind of thought I've been alive, and Kirk's been the coach my whole life. So I love Kirk, wish well on everything he does, but I've been saying this for years. I'm just ready to see someone new, because everyone says, fire Brian Ferentz, Brian this, Brian that, which I agree with, but I just think at the end of the day, it all leads to Kirk, and we're never going to see true offensive change till he's gone. And I'm not saying that as a total diss on Kirk. Again, I love him. I'm just ready to see something new overall. That's me.
Logan, nothing you just said is offensive, in my opinion, at all. Nothing you said is offensive. It's your opinion. It was respectful. You expressed exactly what I've expressed as it relates to admiration for Kirk Ferentz, what he's done as a coach, who he is as a person. Don, you'll never say anything bad about Kirk Ferentz as a person.
He's one of the finest men I know.
Absolutely. And but your opinion, Logan, you're not alone in that opinion. There's a lot of people that feel the same way as you. Now, we have to understand not to push the panic button in the moment. This is a bad night. But you're right. Like you said, you have felt this for a while. There are other people who share your opinion. So, anything else, Logan?
You got anything cool or no? I think that's I could say a lot more, but I'll keep it logical with that, and I'll let someone else hop on. So thanks for answering.
Thanks, Logan. Appreciate the phone call. All right, we've got, I believe, our own Tom Kakert of HawkeyeReport.com. Let's welcome Tom in. Tom.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good.
Hi,
Tom.
Tom.
How are you? How's rainy Happy Valley?
It's still rainy. It's still gloomy here. It's not as gloomy as the Iowa offense was tonight. I'll say that.
I'm gonna open the door for you, Tom.
Sure.
What on earth did Kirk Ferentz say during this press conference?
Kind of what you would think he would say, and it's basically, you got to put this one behind you. He felt like they were in it at 10-0 at the half, and then they got a big drive, long drive, scoring drive to open the second half, and I think that was deflating. And then the turnovers just started and kept going, and from that point on, it was just they couldn't get off the field defensively and couldn't stay on the field offensively. And that is a terrifically bad combination for any football team if you can't get off the field on defense and can't stay on the field. And hey, they went basically like 2 quarters without a first down tonight. And you can't win football games if you can't stay on the field. And they couldn't. And, obviously, I think he got asked about the offense. And Coach, you can probably speak to this better than anybody, but it's like you can't go out and change your offense next week. It's not something you can do. So he's basically telling everybody, I'm gonna keep doing what we do. Cade was interesting. He's pretty confident. In fact, Cade went out there and said he feels like if they got another shot at Penn State that they would beat him. He'd almost like guarantee that they would beat him.
Yeah, so, Cade's delusional at this point then.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, hey, you can't deny the confidence, right, Coach?
He's the eternal optimist.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Tom, I made the comment. I've done analytics over the last 8 years. 64 games every year, right, except for the COVID season. So that's about 500 Big Ten games. I can never remember a game where the disparity on plays was 97 to 33. I'm pretty sure that's never happened.
Yeah.
That kind of spread is almost unheard of.
It's unbelievable when you think about it, isn't it? It's almost like it's unfathomable that it could be that one-sided, and yet here we are. And it was just the worst combination that the defense could not get off the field and the offense could not get a first down. And then you had, the horrific play in the first half was the punt going off Dave Fernandez's back.
Right.
What do you do? I mean, you just got to trot back out there, and then Cade's out there for one play and gets strip sacked. I think it was one or two plays, and then gets stripped and loses the ball, and you're back out there again. I mean, they couldn't get out of their own way, and it was that snowball that just went downhill, and it kept growing and growing and growing, and they could not stop it. And they're making mistakes on defense too. I mean, they just are. And they've got to fix that, but you can't win if you don't score. And that's the bigger issue right now that they've got to respond to. This felt like, Ohio State last year, but I also think about the Wisconsin game where Josh Jackson had 2 interceptions the week after they beat Ohio State, and then they went up there and had 66 yards of total offense. And they had 66 yards of offense in the first quarter, and it went negative for most of the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And that's hard to do. No first downs, just they couldn't, and they fell behind by so much they couldn't. You had to abandon the run game. Couldn't go to that. You just had to try and throw it, and it's hard for them to be a throwing team. They've got it. They're not a come from behind team. I don't think this team is going to be good playing from behind this year. They just aren't built that way.
Right.
What are they built for, Tom?
They got to play from ahead. What Penn State did to Iowa tonight was what Iowa has consistently done to everybody else in the Big Ten for years and years and years, which is capitalize on mistakes, force turnovers. We'll look back at the Iowa State game a couple of years ago where the punt goes off the Iowa State guy runs into his own guy and they recover that. That's what the first thing I thought of when that ball went off Dave Fernandez's back. I was like, oh, this is shades of Iowa State, only the other direction. They would get those strip sacks and fumble recoveries and how about like that the muffed punt that was deep in Penn State territory where the Penn State guy recovers it.
Some nights you cannot buy a break.
Yep, when I was going
I
right.
made the comment to my wife. Usually when you muff a punt, you lose possession of the ball, but not that time.
Yep. Usually when that happens, Cooper DeJean will scoop that ball up and run into the end zone, and he couldn't get there in time. And it's just you're just living wrong that night, and it's like going to the blackjack table and you keep handing them $100 bills, and sometimes you just it's just not your night, and you should just walk away from the table, right?
Yeah, you think your luck's going to turn, and it doesn't.
It doesn't. You can't keep spending money and hope that luck turns. It's just some nights it's not there, and tonight is not that night. Now, does this mean? And I know fans are frustrated. I get it. You can't explain this one away. Nobody's going to polish this one up and tell you it was filet mignon. It's not. But the team can't dwell on it at this point. They've got to just kind of move forward and figure out, because if they let this one stick with them, they're going to lose to Michigan State next week, and they'll lose to Purdue the week after. And they have to look at it like it's one loss. You come back, maybe you get to you win your next 2 games. You're at home, and you're going to Wisconsin 5-1.
Right.
And that's how you have to look at it. You can't. And I know people are fire Brian, fire Kirk, fire everybody, fire George Barnett. Those things aren't going to happen. They're just not. So you got to, as frustrating as that is, and as much as I think some people want us in the media to force Kirk to change, Kirk is not going to change. This is Kirk's offense, and he's going to run it the way he sees fit. And I always tell people, by and large, it has been successful the way he's run this program. He is, won 200 games coaching football, and he's won a lot more than he's lost. I know that, and so they've got to figure something out to get the. I don't think it's just losing Luke Lachey. I don't think it's just losing having LeSean or having Caleb out and having Jazz out. I think it's more than that. So yeah, they've got to figure it out.
I was just going to say real quick, Tom, I'm just curious to get your take. What do you say as a writer who's been covering Kirk Ferentz in this program for 2 decades?
Yeah.
Plus, what do you say to fans like our I don't know if you heard the first caller that called in who say
I did.
Very respectfully, look, I love Kirk as a person. I'm ready to move on. I'm tired of this.
You know what? I coined a phrase many years ago about folks like that, and I totally understand them. Totally. I mean, I get what they're coming from. I called it Ferentz fatigue, which is just that he's been there for so long, and you kind of want something different. And I get it. I do. But that's Kirk's decision to make. That's Beth Getz's decision to make. Those are the folks that make that decision on him continuing as the coach. I don't know, what happens with Brian. I don't know that if somebody else was calling plays that it would be a whole lot different, because Kirk has a philosophy, as Coach Patterson will tell you. He has a philosophy that he abides to. Will it work? I don't know. But it's worked in large part in the past. And when they hit these spots, they usually bounce back pretty well from them. So we'll see if that will be the case this year or not. But I don't know, guys. I don't have a lot of answers tonight.
Well, just real quick, I was going to make this comment. It wasn't the last time they went out to Happy Valley and lost, but the last time they went out to Happy Valley and got their butts kicked. Does anybody remember what would happen the next week? I'm sure you do. Both of you probably do. Tom?
Was that they beat Michigan?
That was the 2016 Michigan upset in Kinnick. So you're right about bouncing back. I don't really know how much to even dwell on the macro of all this, because the conversations about what should happen with Brian and what should happen with Kirk, you're right, Tom. Those are not conversations that are even worth being had on September 23rd, 2023.
Well, you can't. They're not going to. He's not going to go fire Brian tomorrow. It's just not. Brian's not going to quit. I think people think that's it's not going to happen. But will this make them better? Maybe. We'll see what happens. But I guess the positive, if you want a positive, I don't know that it could get any worse. Right? I don't think it can get any worse.
You say that only because Michigan is not on our schedule, and maybe Ohio State.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Watch this team make it to Indianapolis, Don. What do you think?
It better be a different version than what we saw tonight. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Tom, real quick before I let you go.
They can't go blame Spencer Petras tonight.
No. And I think a lot of the frustration here, we got about 1,200 people watching live right now at almost 11 p.m. Iowa time, Tom. And I think a lot of that frustration comes back to some of the changes that were made in the offseason, specifically at quarterback. And then you look at a stat line of Cade McNamara this evening. He goes 5 of 14 for like 43 yards.
And he's had 2 weeks where he's been below 50% completion, 2 weeks in a row.
And the one thing we've said about the offensive line to this point is, well, they look better in pass protection.
Not anymore.
Not tonight. So a lot of fans feel like we're right back where we were a year ago, and I'm not saying we are, but I'm just saying that's I can tell that's how a lot of fans feel right now, and they feel like
it's fair to feel that way. It's totally fair to feel that way because they got whooped tonight. The offensive line got whooped tonight, and they know it, and they know they got to get better. Now the task is, can they get better? Because they got manhandled by Penn State. Penn State's really good. That's a top 10 team. And this, I can't say enough about the atmosphere here tonight. It was electric. I mean, it was wild, and the fans were into it, and they were passionate, and they were fired up, and they were ready to go. And the team matched it, and Iowa couldn't match it. That's the bottom line.
I know nobody's going to take any solace in this, but it didn't look like there were any significant injuries on the Iowa side. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah. Kirk did say that Cade had some cramping in his hand, and that's why they took him out and put Deacon Hill in. But other than that, I think they came out of this healthy. So I guess that's a positive. Be interesting to see if they can get Jazz Patterson back. I don't know if Caleb will be back next week or not because he's dealing with the high ankle, and that usually takes a month. So we'll see if he can get back. And obviously Luke Lachey is done for the year. So, the cavalry's not coming. You gotta go out, and this guy's got to get better.
It is ironic that the last time, and I said during the game tonight, I said, man, this feels like 2018. It's raining. You've got Cade McNamara dealing with a finger issue just like Nate Stanley was in 2018. And now, ironically enough, you flash back to 2016, you get pounded, and they follow it up the next week. They get a night game at Kinnick. I mean, it's the exact same scenario against a Michigan team, a different Michigan team in a much different place in Michigan State. It's not a very good Michigan State team, but be interested to see the crowd turnout. I'm sure it'll be packed. I mean, it's sold out.
Yeah, sold out.
People will show up. People will show up.
Yep.
Tom, appreciate you taking the time. Safe travels back.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Happy Valley. Yep, and we'll talk to you when you get back to Iowa.
Yes. Okay, we'll talk to you guys. Thanks for having me on. And we'll
check out Tom Kakert at HawkeyeReport.com, folks. Post-game coverage around the clock and coverage throughout the week over at On3. Again, HawkeyeReport.com, and follow Tom at Hawkeye Report on Twitter. I'm just going to say this right away, Don. We got about 1,200 people who are watching right now. We do not have a staff of people who are working the chat. I can't keep up with the people. There's no way. We're going to miss all kinds of questions, probably really good questions. I apologize in advance. I simply cannot handle it all. If you have a specific question you really want to get to Coach tonight, please call in via StreamYard. Okay, I'll throw the link in the chat again. I threw it up in the description. It is in the description. But that would be the most efficient way to get in touch with myself or Coach this evening, because the chat's just insane, and we're going to have to race through our callers relatively quickly, like I said earlier. Erica with Super Chat, and Super Chat also works, by the way, because it gets starred in the corner of my screen. She says, anyone who says this is because of the defense doesn't know ball. They were on the field for almost the entire game, so of course they're going to get tired. Well, it's kind of a common sense take, Don, but I'd say a relatively reasonable common sense take. I know you made some criticisms of the defense, but again, when your offense creates 2 first downs basically 0 first downs from midway through the first quarter to midway through the fourth quarter, 0 first downs in there, the defense is on the field the entire game. That is almost a fact.
Right.
Time of possession. What was the final time of possession, Don? Do we have that number?
I think it's 47 minutes to 12 minutes, wasn't it?
45-30 to 14-30.
Okay.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
Not that I can remember.
Eric, this is Eric B. He says, anything I can say has been said to this point. Action is what is needed. What actions, short of staff and scheme changes, can get Iowa consistently competitive against top teams? That's a question, Don. And do you have an answer to that? This goes back to what I said earlier. Is it possible to succeed at the level that Penn State appears to be at with the same scheme and offensive approach? Is that possible?
The same offensive approach, you said?
Yes.
I don't know that it is possible.
Okay.
You've heard me say before, and this is about as politely as I can say it. Part of our problem is that we're too easy to defend, and when you don't imagine within our, we don't run enough plays, if you will. Is it hard to imagine that Y middle screen is a hard play to run now because people know that's something, that's a comfort level we have. But tonight, when we tried that, that wasn't going to work either because they halfway expected it, I think. It was 3rd and long. We thought it was a safe way to try to pick up a first down. Well, I'm pretty sure they had an idea that that's one of the plays that might show up, and they defended it well. So it may sound crazy, but I'm convinced beyond any shadow of a doubt, and it's not just the 80s and the 90s with Coach Fry. It also ties into the success we had at Western Illinois. One reason we were successful is because we were hard to defend because we did more game planning than the average team. And we showed up with plays that they'd never seen, which made it more difficult for them to defend us. Now, that's going to require a lot of work. Believe me, it requires a lot of work and a lot of imagination. And right now, as respectfully as I can say it, our offense doesn't reflect that much imagination.
Is it sad to say, or is it accurate to say that even though in all reality a coach would never look at it this way, but again, as a fan, I agree with this user in the chat who says when Eric All fumbled the ball, that was the game killer. It almost felt like the game was over. Isn't that sad? Now, I don't know. In reality, the game was not over at that point, Don. But
Right.
You just felt like that is the margin. We talked about margin for error and how thin it is when you play this way. And I said it pregame, Don, and I told you my 3 keys, and I think for in large part you agreed with my keys. I said, you got to win a battle of discipline. You got to win on turnovers, and you got to win on penalties. Well, Iowa was -3 on turnovers tonight. They got beat by 31. That's it. You like, they do not have anything offensively to overcome errors. Like, for this offense to be proficient, it has to play a perfectly clean game. And like we keep talking about, completely stay out of the way of the defense. And that's what we view as Iowa fans as proficiency. That's not what the rest of college football, that's not how the rest of college football looks at offense, Don. The rest of college football looks at offense as a means to score points, which is the whole point of football. And I don't know, man. I feel like I'm going crazy. We got to get to our, go ahead, Don, if you had something to add.
I was simply going to state this. I'm just thinking back in general. If you go back and look at the 80s and the 90s, there were times for sure when the offense bailed out the defense. And there were other times, of course, where the defense saved our skins. And that's complementary football. You don't always have to rely on the same unit to somehow help us engineer a win. You know, sometimes the offense picks up the defense. Sometimes the defense picks up the offense. Sometimes the kicking game saves the day. You've heard me say this, Corey, there are 3 games within one. It's our offense versus their D, our D versus their O, and it's then kicking game versus kicking game. You win 2 out of 3, you win the game. In most cases, you win the game. Well, I guess you have to say we lost at least 2 out of, well, who we kidding? We lost all 3. We lost all 3 matchups tonight. And that's when you get a one-sided game.
We got to get to the phone line because the first time ever, our phone line is full, our StreamYard queue is full, and the system can't take any more callers. So let's get to we're going to run through these callers. Like I said, I'm going to be short and sweet with everybody tonight. Start with Ryan. Ryan, welcome.
Good evening, gentlemen. I looked up the Illinois box score from last week against Penn State. They had 354 yards against this defense, 13 points. What that tells me is they were at least able to sustain some drives. I think we probably lead the nation in 3 and outs. And it's just, granted, Franklin was out to humiliate us, given how many times he went on fourth down, but it worked for him. I get it.
Well, they were all fourth and short. What do you? I mean,
well, 4th and 2, he could have kicked a field goal.
he got them all. He made them all.
I know, he did. But that tells me he was out to humiliate us too, and he succeeded swimmingly.
Well, no, hold on a second. There's a difference between being out to humiliate someone and actually playing to win a football game.
I'm talking when they long won the game.
Right. But Ryan, you're an Iowa fan. I know this is a new concept to you as an Iowa fan, but there are some.
You're on the 6-yard line up 24 with 10 minutes to go. You can easily kick a field goal, a chip shot, and you go for it. That is a difference between that and, hey, it's 4th and 1 and I like my chances. I'm in the second quarter in a 1-2 score game. I
will say this. When it was 31-zip at the end of the game, they had in a bunch of twos. They were letting the clock go down before they snapped the ball, and they were not going to any extreme measures to try to score.
Well, he didn't pass at the very end, but I feel
that's more than Iowa can. That's more than we can say for Iowa's offense last week. Go ahead.
Well,
Ryan.
yeah, I know, and that's because of the stupid contract that the former AD put out there. One quick point and one quick question. It became really apparent to me, I know you guys heard this phrase from, 10, 15 years ago, bullies of the Big Ten. We're probably the matadors of the Big Ten when it comes to our toughness, especially up front. We got completely worked. I agree with everything you guys said. Losing Chris Doyle, I think, is really showing up now. We just do not have the toughness up front that we used to have. And then my question for you guys, and I don't even know if Beth Getz has the authority, and I don't think Brian's the only problem, but if she just came into the office tomorrow and said, Brian, you're gone, would Kirk be gone right behind her? Or
yes.
I think so too.
Yep.
I don't think it'll happen, obviously, but this is one of the reasons why I guess I agree. We have a great path to get to Indy. I'm not that excited about it. Why? I don't want another humiliation on national television like we did against Michigan, 39 points a couple of years ago. You guys already mentioned the Wisconsin games where we couldn't get 100 yards. Whenever we seem to play an upper echelon defense, we are lucky to get 100 yards. We've seen this movie several times, not even quite to the extent of today, but we've seen this movie. And the thing is, I referenced Illinois. They still got 354 yards in a losing effort, obviously, but they at least could drive the ball against an excellent defense. Why can't we? In my opinion, we're certainly a notch above them as a program as a whole. But yet, why is it pulling teeth to get 300 yards offense against a good team? If we could do that, with our defense and special teams clicking, the sky's the limit. But for some reason, it's just accepted that we're going to be crap on offense, no imagination whatsoever. Caleb Brown might as well find another school to go to where somebody will at least give him a look. It's really frustrating. It is so frustrating. It's embarrassing. And you got to think, on national television, this is not going to help recruiting playing like this. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Ryan. Well, fair. Yeah. I mean, again, that sums up the frustration from Iowa fans. And as people get done here, I'm going to throw them out of the studio so we can let more people in. Let's go to our next caller, Alex. Welcome to the show, Alex.
Good evening, gentlemen. How are you guys?
Doing okay.
Okay, so I'll go quick. You said it earlier, Corey. Mason Richmond looked like a freshman. That Chop Robinson is a really good defensive end. You know, he's got some NFL talent, but man, it was just 4 or 5 times he was just getting beat. And Logan Jones, the center, was everyone's saying like how strong he is. There was a lot of times he was just getting pushed backwards. And I know that a lot of that's kind of leverage at some points, but it's like this. So, and you already touched on 45 minutes to 15 minutes of possession. That's just, you could kind of see it near the end of the game. Defense, the tackling looks so bad near the end of the game because there was just gas. And then I'll say a couple more things, and then I have a couple questions I hope you can answer. Don, and you had said that the fans are upset. At the very start of the show, you said the fans are upset, and rightfully so. And, the players are upset too. But I think where fans come from is that we know what the problem is. It's the offense. Our offense is terrible. And the problem was we had an off season to fix it. It's like you go to the doctor and say, "Doctor, my knee hurts," and he looks at your elbow. He gives you medicine for your elbow, and it's like, well, that wasn't the problem. It's, I understand Tom Kakert said, Kurt's not going to fire Brian. Well, Kurt can't fire Brian because, due to nepotism, Beth is the only one that can. Will it happen? No. As much as I would love to have Brian and even George Barnett sit in her offense and say you both are gone. George Barnett's been with this program for 3 years. We've had piss poor offensive line play for the past 3 years. I get it in college. You get a couple years to get your players in. You recruit certain players, you get them in, get them set in your scheme. And then if it doesn't hit, then okay, hey, this probably isn't going to work out. This is what, year 8 for Brian, year 3 for George Barnett. It's time to cut the losses. I don't care if at the end of the season we win 11 games, go to the Big Ten championship. Ryan said it too. I don't want another embarrassment. This wasn't an absolute embarrassment, and it's going to hurt recruiting. When this contract came out, Iowa became a punchline. It became the butt of all the jokes. And there was a fake AI someone did of Dabo Sweeney saying, "Oh, if you get compared to a Brian offense, you're having a bad time." It was a fake. Someone made it fake with AI, which, it looked real, kind of like what Brian had said earlier last week. If you saw that one, Corey, yeah. So,
Real quick, can I just say something real quick to interject?
Yeah, I know. I'm just going quick to kind of get through this.
I know, and I'll let you finish, but I just want to real quick. You brought up how we all know what the problem is. It's the offense. I don't know that, like, Kirk is not dumb. Okay, he's not dumb. He understands that the offense has not been good.
Then why keep Brian? Why? And Tom Kakert said he's not going to change. Okay, so that's a problem. You either adapt and you survive and everything, or you don't change and you die off. Kirk is being stubborn. He's trying to win in a certain way that hasn't been relevant for years. Now, and I think you can win that way. You just got the right personnel. We don't have that personnel.
Well, but no, hold on. What does that mean? What does that mean? We need the right personnel. Who are the right personnel?
So the right personnel is our offensive line is terrible. So you have wrong personnel there. The offensive line has not been good. Now, is it players or is it player development? Are we recruiting the right players to get to the offensive line? Well, either our offensive line is that we don't have the right players, either they're undersized, or the coach that's supposed to be developing these players is not doing their job. So in terms of personnel, you could be talking players, you could be talking coaches. So either way, we don't have the right personnel, and specifically one or both sets of either offensive line or the coach. Same thing with the offensive play calling. One thing I noted, LaShawn Williams was the only one that got carries tonight outside of garbage time when we saw, I always forget his name, Washington and Moulton. I would like to see, and I get maybe big time, environments. Freshmen tend to make more mistakes because it's a brand new thing. It's a big environment, big game. And I get it, but it kind of goes back to the thing of Kirk not wanting to change. Well, we live in a day and age now where you got to play some of these freshmen. you can't sit freshmen for 3 years and say, okay, hey, young buck, you finally get your chance. They're going to look around and go, well, I could go play at, Kansas State, starting off. So, peace out. I'm leaving. So, and I get Kirk has attacked the portal. He got Cade. He got Eric All. Some of that is due to NIL. I get that. He got Seth Anderson. He came from the FCS ranks. And I think I don't know how many other teams were on Seth Anderson at that point. And I think Seth Anderson could be a good piece. But the problem is that this Iowa's offense is so, quote unquote, old school that it's like he's going to look around and it's like, was this really the right place for me? And it sucks too, because if this is, and this kind of goes back to what Ryan said, this was an embarrassment, and it's going to hurt recruiting. Offensive players are going to look at this and go, why would I want to go play for that team? Iowa used to be a team where outside of, we could produce a lot of good offensive linemen, and now we have fallen way off of that. I can't even tell you outside of, like one or two people here or there, like, Tyler Linderbaum. I think you brought it up, Corey, where Iowa's offensive line has not been like as a unit totally great. We've had great pieces. Tyler Linderbaum, Tristan Wirfs, just to name a couple that have been really great players. But as a whole offensive unit, line unit, we have not been to that, that Iowa standard. And then I know I rambled on, and you guys can kind of see how you kind of piece all that out. So the two questions I have for you guys, one is that fourth down play. Corey, you had mentioned it on the halftime when you did your halftime. I think Kirk should challenge that. You can't really see where the ball is, but you can kind of get a great idea of where it was at, because Allers got it tucked in, so you can kind of predict where the nose of the ball is, and he was short. And then the other question is, this, maybe Coach can answer on this one. Should he have challenged? And then the second one, on kickoffs, Weegan caught all fair catches. There was one, he was standing on the 5-yard line and he fair caught it.
Well, first of all,
I was completely surprised by, because
can we be clear? He's being told to do that. I
know, but why? He's one of our fastest players. That's the question I have, is why are we telling him to fair catch when we need a play? Hey, we need to all kind of pull out all the stops, because this is a really good Penn State team. We need to, kind of make our own magic at this point. Why fair catch it? So I'm going to leave you.
Yep. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don, that's a good. Can you address the kickoff, the fair catching the kickoffs the whole game?
I will admit, early on in the game, I was surprised that we never attempted to return a kick. As of course, first thing I have is Penn State must be right among the tops in the Big Ten at covering kicks. That may be true, but I don't know that that's true. And let's face it, we need some kind of shot of enthusiasm, some kind of big play somehow, some way. And as we do know, Weegan has speed. He's got the right idea of how to return kicks. He takes the ball and he runs with an aggressive attitude in returning kicks. He's had some good kick returns. I found myself thinking, I'll look at it like this. If you never return one, it kind of sets a bad tone for the offense in that, obviously it's not an aggressive decision on your part to fair catch another kickoff. And let's face it, is it hard to imagine that none of those 11 starters on defense were out there covering kickoffs? Those are backup players, right? In almost every case, I'm sure they're backup players. Maybe it does present an opportunity to return a kick, because let's face it, at least they're spread across the field as they cover. And if you can create a seam, of course, you do have a chance to bust a big play. And we needed a big play in the worst way. So I will admit, as the game played out, I kept being hopeful that we were going to try to return a kickoff. And we didn't. And maybe that was what we don't know, of course, is how effective Penn State's been in covering kicks.
Well, we do need to give a quick plug to our sponsor, Iowa Smokehouse. Boy, that beer is probably looking pretty good for a lot of people out in Hawkeye Nation tonight. But how about their awesome snacks? If you want a better quality snack for game day or any day, we've got a lot of NFL football going on tomorrow. Check out what they have at iowasmokehouse.com. They offer a full lineup sure to satisfy you and your family's snacking needs. Their cuts of beef jerky, their meat sticks, their steak bites, even their ketchups, barbecue sauces, and salsas. It's all great. Visit iowasmokehouse.com and use the code Hawkeyes for 15% off your order. Again, that's the code Hawkeyes for 15% off your total order, and you'll get free shipping when you purchase $50 or more, courtesy of Iowa Smokehouse and Brad Van Meter and his team down at State Farm in Des Moines. They're saving people lots of money. Rates have never been this low with auto insurance, according to Brad. They're saving people on auto, home, renters, business, and life insurance. This team has been in business since Kirk's been here, since 1999. How about that? And, of course, they are also the largest auto insurance company in the country. Call Brad at 515-256-6480, 515-256-6480. The quote is free. Give him a chance to save you and your family money online at www.bradvanmeter.com, 4229 Fleur Drive in Des Moines, in the heart of central Iowa. Let's get back to our phone line. James is on the phone. James, welcome.
How you doing? I mean, obviously we could be doing better, but first off, Corey, remember they asked Kirk a question last year in a press conference, right? And they asked him something about the offense. Do you remember what his answer was? Just as answering your question earlier. Remember what his answer was?
To what question?
It was the question about like the offense was like looking bad or whatever. And then they asked him like the offense is looking bad. Do you think like somebody asked him, do you like what's your thoughts on the offense looking bad? Do you remember what he said? He said we won 9 games. You won 9 games in 2021. We're not, or 10 games in 2021. We're not worried about that. That's why he'll never change, because he keeps winning games. And until he doesn't win games, he's not going to change, because he says that every year at the thing that, oh, we won 9 games, we won 10 games, we won 8 games. That's why he doesn't change, because he keeps winning this way. Until he doesn't win this way, maybe he'll wake up and not change. But
well,
he doesn't.
Hey, prediction time. I can tell you when that's going to start. Next year.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying in general, that's why he hasn't changed in so long, because he keeps winning games. In his eyes, oh, I won 10 games last year, or I won 9 games last year. You know what I mean? Like, that's how it seems like he's been thinking for the past, like, 6-7 years. It's like, you can't just think that way. Just because you win doesn't mean there's not stuff that doesn't need to be changed.
Like I said, he going to have a wake me up, sweet baby James next year, because with USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington all joining the conference, you're not going to have schedules like they have this year, Don. I mean, as bad as this was tonight, 31-0 in Happy Valley, and I'm the one who typed this up. It was an embarrassment. People ought to be embarrassed. They ought to be embarrassed. We're all embarrassed by this. But the bottom line is they're going to be heavy favorites against Michigan State next week. They're going to be favorites on the road at Northwestern. They're going to be favorites at home against Illinois. They're going to be favorites against Purdue. They're going to be.
Northwestern beat Minnesota, by the way, in overtime.
Yeah, Minnesota doesn't look very good, obviously. I haven't seen any of that game, but how do you lose to Northwestern?
I'm happy for Northwestern. I wasn't aware of the outcome of that game.
Anyways.
But anyways, yeah, I was just answering your question.
The standard is 8 to 9 wins a year, and that's the standard. So we went over this. We went over this so many times.
Yeah, no, I was just answering your question.
We have to talk about this in the offseason, James.
And probably the same thing. I was just answering your question because you said that, and I remember him saying that, where he's like, oh, we won 10 games the year before, and it just seems like that's why he has his head on, oh, the defense will win this game. Oh, this one is going to see wins 10 games. And then you get a showing like this, and yes, it's something that can wake up. But one thing I've also said, too, about you talk about plays this, plays that. Like, I think Don said earlier, don't really run anything different. You know what I mean? Like, it's a one-dimensional offense. It's a one-dimensional offense because I've been watching this team for, 15, 20 years, and I can tell you what every time they go on a set, oh, it's a run or pass. I can't tell you what the play's going to be, right? But whenever they go on a set, I can say run or pass. So you don't think the defense can say run or pass if they're going on a set? Or 90, 85%?
That they can go up to the line of scrimmage and even though the opponent knows exactly what they're going to do, they're good enough that they can do it anyways. Right, Don? That's the idea? Isn't that the goal?
Well, there's some teams that you simply can't match up in that superior way. So to win those games, I'll say it this way, to move the ball against those defenses, you better have some variety in what you're doing, because you need to fool them some of the time, because you can't simply out execute them.
Feels like we lost James. Let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse call-in line. Vincent, welcome.
Hey guys, how we doing?
Fabulous. Great night.
Right. First thing I just want to touch on, Don makes an excellent point, and there's no imagination, to quote Don, as far as this offense is concerned. And even to back up Tom Kakert, Kirk's not going to change anything when it comes to OC. Brian's not going to change anything. Bringing a new OC in is not going to change anything, because Kirk's going to have the same offensive philosophy. He'll have a grasp on how the offense is ran. I don't think any of those things change whatsoever, because it's Kirk's brand of ball. What's upsetting with that is, if it seems like he really wants to rely on defense and special teams, as that's his method for winning games. And to Tom Kakert's point, and to Don's point as well, he's won 62% of his games or something like that over his career. So he's winning these games. But again, for the fan base, you look at a team like Penn State and what Franklin has done there. You can do it, and just by having some imagination with your offense, to Don's point, you can be effective. Not even effective, but you can score 30 plus points a game, and we're just not doing that. So I guess I could keep rambling on it, but I'm not gonna. My main, I guess, emphasis is for Kirk. I know Don won't say it, and as much respect as everybody has for what Kirk has done for Hawkeye Nation for the past 24 years. That time is coming. That time's coming. Nothing but respect for. Go ahead.
Just real quick, Vincent. I think you understand this. For those people that are begging for Brian Ferentz to be gone, you just need to accept that with that comes the end of the Kirk Ferentz era.
Right.
And if you are comfortable with that as a fan, so be it. That's your prerogative and your stance and your opinion, and I respect it.
Well,
I think where we're at.
Well, and I think as fans, a lot of us, that's the point that we're at. And we have nothing but admiration for Kirk and what he's done, because he's done so much for the University of Iowa. And just like Don said, he's one of the best men you're ever going to meet. Excellent person, or great person. He still is an excellent coach. But at this juncture, with what college football is today in this age, it's not working for Iowa and what we want, or what the fan base is looking for. And I know folks will disagree with that. But that's just my take on it. The last thing I just want to leave with, did you guys see Brian's press conference last Tuesday when he brought up on his own the points scored versus Western Michigan? Or I'll quote him for you. He said a lot of people are looking at, or taking note of his 25 points per game and paying a lot of attention to that, but he wanted folks to get a quote unquote ladder and crawl out of his rear end. Did you hear that?
Okay, time out. Hold on a second. Time out.
Gotcha. You heard it, right?
I absolutely heard what you're referring to. That was a fake video.
That was a fake video?
That was AI. That was a fake video. I promise that was a fake video.
Well, that certainly looked real to me.
I know. You're not the only. You're going to make a lot of people feel a lot better by bringing that up, Vincent, because I've had several people reach out to me and say, "Did you see this?" And I'll say, "Bro, it's fake." And then they're like, "Man, I feel dumb." No, this is the modern world of AI, and no, that was a fake video, Vincent. But it would. Didn't Pat McAfee bring it up on his show? I mean, it's made its rounds, but I promise you, it was fake.
I caught it just kind of secondhand. I don't know if it was a short on YouTube or I just happened to catch it. I thought, boy, that's awfully brazen of Brian to go on a press conference for the University of Iowa and tell people to get a ladder and crawl out of his ass now because he scored 41 points a game. I just thought, well, I guess. But anyway, the point I was going to make is he's going to need an awfully or a much bigger ladder, because he's going to have much more of the media up there after this or tonight's performance. given that they laid a goose egg. But nevertheless, the points, or the average that he's supposed to hit every game constantly comes up. So I thought it was just kind of funny if it were true, which I thought it was. No, that's all right. I'm the dumb one. I believed it.
No, you're not the dumb one, because a lot of people thought it was real. So
one question, Don, if I can ask, just given your offensive mind, you've done this so long. Most offensive coaches, both sides of the ball, offense and defense, do have in-game adjustments. But I don't see that, at least from a fan's perspective when we're watching it, that we have a lot of those. As you're watching these games and breaking these down, when you see that our offense hits that lull or hits that wall, are you noticing where we're having in-game adjustments? Do you see things that, as an offensive coach, where in game when we're struggling, that's being done? Do you see any of that?
Not to any great extent. Corey brought up, and I think he's right. We have a short list of plays that we're going to run early in the game, and it seems like those work better for us than the plays that we call later in the game. And a lot of people have a short list of plays that they start the game with. Some teams, even in the NFL, some teams might script the first 10 or 15 snaps. We never did it that way. But what I did when I went to Western Illinois as a head coach, I said, at the time I was a David Letterman fan. You'll find this interesting, I think. And after we put together our run list and our pass list, myself and the offensive coordinator would identify 10 runs and 10 passes. We would alternate. I would take the odd numbers and he would have the even numbers. 10 runs, 10 passes that we absolutely wanted to run. And we had a top 10 list, if you will, for run and for pass. And I will guarantee you those 20 plays got called. But the beauty of doing it that way, it was a reference list, and you could fit the play to the down and distance better than just simply going off of a script, just going 1 through 10 or 1 through 15 or 1 through 20. It was simply a list of the best 10 runs, best 10 passes, and you can bet that those 20 plays were going to get run, probably in the first half. And I was continually, and so was our offensive coordinator, continually referencing that list to be sure that we didn't overlook one of those plays. Because if we made the decision on Thursday night that this is a play that absolutely needs to be run on Saturday, then you can bet it was going to be run in the first half. And if it was good, we're going to run it again too. I remember Frazier saying from time to time, thank God they didn't come back to that play because we didn't have a good answer for them. And a lot of offensive teams make that mistake. They run a good play, and amazingly enough, they never run it again. Why in God's name wouldn't you try to run it a second time? Coach Fry famously said, milk it till it's dry, right? You've heard that expression.
Sure.
Well, that's what we did. Matter of fact, he was notorious if the play was good on one down, and let's imagine the ball went from the left hash to the right hash on that play, Coach Fry routinely would flip the formation and run the same play to the other side of the field. And his philosophy on that was, let's run it again before they have a chance to realize what happened to them, before they have a chance to correct their mistake. And oftentimes it did work. So, that's the way we played football. And that top 10 list of runs and passes, there's no doubt in my mind, it helped us to be a better offense. Because those were 20 plays that absolutely deserved to be run in the first half. And if they were good in the first half, we might run them again in the second half too. It'd be kind of crazy not to give them another. Oftentimes they work a second or even the third time. Maybe not the same formation, the exact same play, but maybe we dressed it up with a different motion, but it's the same concept. We would do that too. That's just smart football again. You're going to run the same play, but you're disguising the awareness that they might have that this is that same formation that they hit us with in the first half. Hope that makes sense.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I know Kirk has kind of been open about scripting plays or the first, and almost to be precise, I think the first 15 plays are scripted. So like Corey, like you notice, hey, we come out our first series or two, we look good, we look crisp, we look clean. Then all of a sudden after the first couple series, we go on the tank. To me, it's almost like
we have no idea what we're doing after that.
Right. So it's almost like there's nothing, and I'm sure we do. I'm sure Brian does, but it doesn't look apparent on to the fans that there are any adjustments that are being made that are either working or they're just they're off the cuff that are helping us to try to make sure that we're moving the ball and getting positive gains versus going backwards. Because you see so many times where it's almost like we're just beating a dead horse once our script is done, and we just keep trying to run the ball or continue with the same plays or going through those first 15 scripted plays that didn't work. I just don't see anything from a viewer's perspective where we're like, hey, okay, this isn't working, but here's something else we have in the pot that we can use to try to make sure that we're gaining positive yardage. And again, I'm going to come back to Don's point. We do nothing to try to stretch the field. And I know we have the youngster from Ohio State that's gotten a carry or two, no catches, but you have someone that has great speed, great athleticism, but yet even when we try to do max protect, we're not looking to just get the ball out quickly downfield. It's like we're sitting in the pocket waiting for certain receiver patterns to develop, either for our tight ends or receivers that just never develop, and then we take a sack. I don't know why we're not trying to get the ball out much quicker either. Just trying to, or to Don's point, there's no mystery to our offense. We're just so predictable, and it gets so frustrating as fans. But I'm not saying anything that everyone else isn't thinking just the same. But gentlemen, as always, appreciate the time. Corey, great platform. Don, don't stay up too late, all right?
No problem. I will make this comment, Corey. One of the first things I wrote, I just make notes as the game plays out. One of my first entries, Penn State, smart to schedule quick throws for Drew Aller. In the early stages of the game, a lot of quick throws, a lot of balls thrown behind the line, swinging them back out of the backfield and whatnot, a lot of quick throws. And even though our pass rush was a threat, the ball was out so quickly we simply couldn't get home.
Yeah, I thought the pass rush was better in that first half than it has been. Did you feel the same way? I mean, Deontay Craig got close a couple of times, and I just thought as a whole they made it hard on that. Let's not forget it was 10-0 at halftime. So we keep talking about how the defense didn't play great tonight. It was 10-0 at halftime in spite of 2 turnovers, one of which came in Iowa territory on a punt blunder. So like I just go back to the dam eventually breaking because it's just so darn stressed. Aaron in the chat, appreciate the super chat, Aaron. Kirk has been successful winning games, but doesn't matter if you don't win the right games. How many Big Ten championships do we have under him or national? They won the 02 Big Ten championship. It was a shared title. They won the 04 Big Ten championship. It's a shared title. Those are the last times they've
a shared title. And I don't know who we start with.
One of the years was Ohio State, right? I'm not
You're
sure
talking
on the
about
other year.
2002.
They were both shared.
I'm sorry?
They were both shared.
Which years?
2002 and 2004.
2002, 2004. Okay.
Yeah. The last outright title was 1985.
Okay.
Thank you, Aaron, for the super chat. Sam, can't compete with Kirk's style, ready to swing big. And I'm sure he's talking about swinging big on the coaching market, on the coaching tree, so to speak. So, Sam, respect your opinion, and everybody has a right to those opinions. Again, not trying to overreact in the moment. Appreciate this super chat from BL4KN6LD. Don't know what that stands for, but appreciate you being here. ma'am or sir, whoever you are. Appreciate that. Mike, I was an undergrad at Iowa back in 2001. It's the same offense. I think we should accept that it's not changing. Not under Kirk Ferentz, it's not changing. That doesn't mean it can't be better. Don, it's been better. I think we have to understand this. For everybody that says it's the same offense since 2001, it was a top 50 offense in 2002. Top 50. Do you want to know where they rank right now? Do we even want to know where they rank right now? We don't want to. No, we don't want to know that. It's been historically bad these last 3 years. So just keep that in mind. Do I think schematically and from a philosophy standpoint, do I think it's going to stay the same as long as Kirk Ferentz is the head coach? I do, Don. Don't you ultimately think that? Kirk is not going to overhaul his philosophy as it relates to offense this late in his tenure at Iowa. Is that fair? I mean, do you think there's a chance that could happen?
It probably depends on record at the end of the year.
You think there's a chance he overhauls his scheme and his philosophy on offense?
I guess you would argue if our record is not nearly what we thought it was going to be, you would argue that we're going to be making a change anyway. A change in coaches.
Well, they went 7-5 last year. That was not enough pressure to make any changes with the coaching staff. And Don,
7-5 with a lot of problems offensively as well.
Given the schedule, what's the worst Iowa goes this year?
Well, I certainly think it's not hard to imagine. Wisconsin's going to be a struggle, but even Wisconsin, help me out. Who did Wisconsin play this weekend? I know it was a Big Ten opponent. I can't remember who. Purdue, yeah. Even with the way the game played out, Purdue had almost 400 yards offense. You know, Purdue was hurting Wisconsin in the second half, right? These games all kind of run together. I can't remember what the final spread was. I think it was 21 maybe, 38-17, something like that. Yeah. But the truth is, if you're a Purdue fan, my daughter is a Purdue fan. She went to Purdue. We watched the game, and she made the comment. She said, well, at least we're moving the ball up and down the field. And she was right. You know, the score was still one-sided, but I'll say it this way. In the first half, I thought, wow, Wisconsin maybe is a little better than what I thought. In the second half, I found myself thinking, no, we can beat Wisconsin. They got some issues on defense, too. I say two. They have more issues on defense than we do, I think. But our defense simply needs more help from the offense, I think. That would make a difference. You know, we need to be able to stay on the field some on offense, obviously put up more points, give the defense a chance to not play much more 50% of the game. That would help. I can't hear you, Corey.
Try it again. Indiana needed 4 overtimes to beat Akron today.
I'm glad I'm not an Indiana fan because Akron used to be the doormat of the MAC. I don't know if they still are or not, but I suspect they're second division in the MAC still.
But all joking aside, Don, how can you explain to people who don't understand it, which includes me, how does Purdue hire a defensive coordinator from Illinois in Ryan Walters? They hire a defensive coordinator from Illinois in Ryan Walters, and yet up against probably a pretty respectable Wisconsin. I'm guessing that Wisconsin defense will be pretty good when we look back at it at the end of the year. They put up 400 total yards, and yet year after year after year now, we can't seem to figure anything out on offense. We can't help but be the doormat of the Big Ten. How is that possible? How is that possible? How can Ryan Walters, as a defensive coordinator, go to Purdue and they have, it looks like, at least an adequate offense, and we can't even be close? Iowa can't even be close to being adequate. We went over this so many times, right? All they need to be is average. They can't even be close. They're not even close to average. They can't even manage to get close to average. How is that?
As I watched Purdue offensively, I found myself thinking, Wow, I didn't know that much about Hudson Card. I knew some people bragged on Hudson Card, the quarterback. Did you watch the game? That guy's a decent runner.
Yeah,
He ran for any number of yards. He's a very competitive guy. He's able to extend plays, as we say. He certainly knows how to wing a football down the field. I was impressed with him. You know, he gives them a lot of reason for hope, a lot of reason for optimism. Frankly, if I'm a Purdue fan, I'm thinking, now wait a minute, our head coach is a defensive expert, so how come we're not seeing improvement on defense? You know, Purdue's going to have to outscore people because their defense is simply not that good. Same problem they had an offensive coach that is an excellent offensive coach. You've heard me publicly state I think he's the best play caller in the Big Ten. Well, he's no longer in the Big Ten, so we don't have to worry about him anymore. But Purdue is their offense. Frankly, two people come to mind, number one and number three. Number three, as you recall, played for us. He's a pretty decent running back. I'm not saying he could be better than our backs. I don't know that he's that good, but he's certainly respectable in carrying the ball out of the backfield. Not to mention, of course, being a threat to catch it.
Vital transformation in the chat. What exactly was 78 doing tonight against 44? He's talking about Mason Richmond matched up against that Penn State end.
He was swinging and missing. If it would have been a boxing match, they might have had to stop it because one guy was landing punches and one guy wasn't.
Thank you for the super chat, Vital transformation. Lemansky, coaching Corey, thank you. Sitting at a home game of UC Davis versus Eastern Washington. 37 points scored so far. Sun might be setting on us, but it hasn't set yet. Thank you for the super chat, Lemansky. Always appreciate your contributions here. Show. Let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse call-in line. The B is on the line. The B, welcome.
Good evening, gentlemen. This question is for Coach. I don't want to put you in an uncomfortable position on this, but I'm going to come at this from another angle. Back when you were in the Hayden Fry years, did you guys ever, as assistant coaches, have a come to Jesus moment or speak truth to power at any certain time? Do those sort of things happen behind the scenes maybe that we don't know about? For example, to see Kirk at halftime today tell the sideline reporter that the defense needs to score, I just thought he just expects that all the time. And I'm just curious, are there any coordinators through your time that maybe would step up and say, hey, you know, we deliver on this side, you need to do this on your side? Were ever those internal discussions back then in those days? And do you think those exist in the current situation with Coach Ferentz? Because I could even tell with Tom Kakert when he talks, and no disrespect to Tom, but I'd love to have Corey replace Tom as a sideline reporter because he would ask the more pointed questions. There's really no truth to power here. Nobody speaks truth to power, and everybody's afraid. They don't want to cross the Ferentzes, so we have to ask and kind of go gently around. And I was just kind of curious from your aspect of being a coach, and I know he's a friend of yours, so I know it's maybe kind of a difficult question, but did those exist back when you were, those moments exist when you were coaching with Hayden Fry?
You heard me say earlier, drastic situations call for measures. And there were a few times through the years, typically because we were playing the teams that come to mind more often than not would be the Big Two, as they used to call them, the Big Two and the Little Eight back in the days when there were 10 teams. That would be Michigan, Ohio State. And there were times when we felt, you know, the only chance we have to win this game is to go to an extreme. And that might mean to be out of character defensively. And even though Bill Brazier preferred to play a lot of zone coverage, maybe there were times when Coach Fry told him, Bill, we have no choice. You gotta load the box, or you gotta bring pressure. You know, we gotta roll the dice. We have to take a chance. You know, because you always hear people say, to not make any change is the sign of, to keep making the same mistakes over and over and get beat over the head with what's been happening. Clearly, that's crazy not to try something else. And there were times when we did that, in a drastic measure sometimes did work. Maybe we loaded the box and it was successful because they didn't think we would do it. And yet we did. So.
Do you think the assistants for Iowa currently are free to say that? Do they feel free to say that? Like I'm just find it very, it's just really strange to see, because you think a lot of this stuff that maybe they would, we as fans, I hear everybody, we all complain, fire Brian, do this, but I think a lot of this stuff comes from internal too. And if you're working on a staff, you have a team, do you have the trust of the coach to speak truth to the coach and say, hey coach, we need to change something up now. Like, let's do it.
As you've heard me state, and there were rare exceptions. There were a few times for sure in my 21 years with Coach Fry where he would say, maybe not even at halftime, maybe during the game, in the middle of the first quarter or in the middle of the second quarter, he might say, we're not doing that anymore. Bill, I want you to pressure the quarterback. You understand what I'm saying? I want you to come after the quarterback. Now, Bill Brazier was our highly respected defensive coordinator. Well, if the boss man said, I want you to bring pressure, then he did it. Because, Hayden's a strong personality, and I'm sure if Kirk feels that strongly, he'll be a strong personality also. I don't know that happens, but there were times for sure when Hayden told us on both offense and defense, we got to change because what we're doing is not working. And if the boss man said, let's change, we changed. Maybe we decided we're not going to try to run the ball anymore because it's not working for us. I'll give you a prime example. We were playing over in Indiana, a Bill Mallory team, and we were behind something like 24-3, I think, in the middle of the second quarter because we'd fumbled a kickoff, and they had a good team. They had a great back. What was that back's name? He's one of the all-time leading rushers, Thompson. Remember that name?
Yeah.
Anyway, we were behind, and they were a pretty darn good football team too. And in the middle of the second quarter, Hayden said, no more. From this point forward, it's nothing but 2 minutes. And we threw something like, I forget what it was, 68 passes or something in the game. And we did lose the game, but here's how we lost it. And Corey, you've heard me tell the story. Dick Vermeil was doing the game with Gary Bender, and during a TV timeout, because we got the satellite feedback in those days, Gary Bender told Dick Vermeil, Dick, I'm sorry, it looks like we got a dog on our hands today, meaning a poor game to call. And Dick Vermeil's response, he said, you wait. I was going to make this game last forever. They're going to throw so many passes that we're going to be late to catch our plane simply because this game's going to last a long time. That's what happened that day. Indiana beat us, but here's how they beat us. One of the greatest calls I've ever seen. Coach Mallory called a fake punt when they were ahead by 10 points. Tell me the last time you saw a fake and you're ahead. Doesn't happen. I told Coach Mallory at the convention that year, I said, Coach, that's one of the best calls I've ever seen. He said, we had to do something. You were going to reel us in. He was right. I think we probably would have beaten him if he hadn't done something to change the momentum. Not really to change the momentum, but at least to stop our momentum. I think they only got a field goal off that fake punt. They picked up maybe 40 or 50 yards on that one play. We held them, but they kicked a field goal and kind of stopped our momentum. And I think they ended up beating us by maybe 10 points. It was a close game in the end, but it was close only because we radically changed our style of play. And I think that's what smart teams do.
Well, thank you so much, Coach. You're a wealth of knowledge. I really enjoy you here on the show with Corey. Corey, great show as usual. I'll let other callers take over. You guys have a great night. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate our Iowa Smokehouse callers here. And as I mentioned earlier, Iowa Smokehouse, Brad Van Meter, thank you to both of those wonderful companies. Also, RTI Threads, you've seen their little ticker across the bottom of the screen. And I tell you, Cooper DeJean, they're carrying Cooper DeJean's apparel and merchandise, Don, and we can talk about Cooper here in a second. But if people want to check out his awesome merch, go to cd3lacesup.com. Again, that's cd3lacesup.com. You can check out all of their awesome products with their different athletes. Carson Shire's one, a couple of young freshmen that will eventually, I think, be stars here. Aiden Hall, Zach Lutmer, a couple of others. Go to rtithreads.com. And I thought it was interesting, Don, Cooper DeJean this evening. You saw a little bit of frustration. He's a very cool, calm, collected dude. You saw a little frustration when the ball hit Brandon Diaz-Fernandez. Is that bad that we saw that out of Cooper? I don't think. I mean, it's a natural reaction, right? And he's obviously yelling poison, 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 or Peter, 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 whatever he's yelling in that situation. How do you say something to Cooper about being the kind of the face of the program and showing that frustration toward a teammate? It was just a split-second thing I noticed there after that mishap.
Yeah, I would prefer that players not do that, and I'll explain why. I've always given advice to coaches, but sometimes coaches that were new to being a head coach, they might ask me, "Coach, you have any advice for me?" And you've heard me relate to you that some advice I gave them was simply this. I use the phrase, never let them see you sweat. You've heard me say that, right, Corey?
Yeah.
That means as a head coach, you can't lose your cool. Kirk does a good job of never letting them see him sweat. His players know that he's not going to go berserk on the sideline. It's not going to happen. And he's going to keep his cool and make sound decisions over the course of the game. And the same thing could apply to players. If you're frustrated, you're better off not showing that frustration because if nothing else, it might encourage the other team to think that they've got you where they want you and maybe boost their confidence. And if you can do anything to affect the confidence of the other team, then for God's sakes, do it. You want to try to destroy their confidence. You want to get them discouraged because let's face it, a lot of them aren't even 20 years old yet. And if they're discouraged, they're not going to play as well. And truthfully, I saw somebody make that comment. Cooper was clearly frustrated as the game played out. And I couldn't help but notice he wasn't playing as well in the fourth quarter as Cooper normally plays. He was discouraged to the point that it actually affected his game a little bit. And Cooper's still a young player. He'll learn from that. But it's kind of obvious in watching the game, Cooper got discouraged. It's hard not to be discouraged. But the true champions, the guys that are what we used to call war daddies, those guys would never, ever give up or never even show that they were discouraged. And if we can develop that mindset for our entire football team, we'll be in a better place as a result.
All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we've got a plethora of callers still waiting on hold. We're with you for the time being until Don falls asleep on us right here. Iowa Postgame with Coach Don Patterson. We'll be back with more after a word from our sponsor.
Imagine the Possibilities is dedicated to empowering people to reach individual achievement across the spectrum of life. We believe in creating lasting relationships, empowering people for success, and cultivating joy. Our team of passionate people work each day to serve our communities in ways that create a lasting impact. We believe in creating opportunities for people with disabilities to achieve goals, build skills, and celebrate all that's possible. If you want to learn more about us or join our exceptional team, visit us at imagineia.org.
All right, we are back here, Iowa Postgame with Coach Don Patterson. Let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse call-in line. Leo's been on hold forever. Leo, welcome.
Hey, guys. Good to see you again, Corey. Coach.
Good to see you.
Man, so sorry about today, guys. I will say this, though. Happy Valley is not an easy place to play. It's loud. They are rowdy. They're whiting out. It is hard to communicate with that.
We said all along, this will be the biggest challenge we have in the regular season. This game is the most difficult game.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to play there this year. But, with Cade and Corey, we talk when you got Cade and Eric all in the portal and everything. And I just, hey, I was bragging, he's not going to turn the ball over. He's going to keep he's the biggest asset to your defense, because he's not going to turn the ball over. I know last year the D was not getting any breaks. He got a great defense. It's just, I was looking and I saw like it has to be a schematic thing, Coach. You've forgotten more football coach than most of us can aspire to know. And you hit on something that I was going to ask you ahead of time. How do you tweak the offense to where he's getting the ball out of his hands, right? And you mentioned what Adler was doing. He's, quick little pick passes, dig routes, quick out routes, wheel routes, whatever you got to do. Get the ball out of your hand.
Right.
Make the defense honest. Don't let them pin their ears back and just start shooting at Cade like that. Eric Hall is a stud, like we talked about, Corey. He's an absolutely stud, but you can't go to him every time you drop back, right?
Well,
Eventually,
the CBS crew actually made an interesting point this evening, and I don't know if it was Danielson who said this, Don. I think it probably was, but he made the point. He said, they're not even looking. They don't even really look to their receivers. Like they're just so honed in on getting the ball to the tight end, whether that be Luke Lachey or Eric All. I mean, we didn't see any. Did we see any targets for Stylianos or Estringa tonight? I don't think we did. But that's a fair point. It's not just this game. We talk about wide receiver involvement. We've been talking about that for years, Don. You and I have been talking about that this is year 3 of the show, so I can say that you and I have been talking about that for years.
Well, you heard this comment about Penn State. In terms of coverage, what did you hear the announcers? Did they describe them as a zone team or a man team?
I didn't hear. Did they make a comment on that?
Well, maybe I'm getting the games mixed up, but I do know that they certainly play some man coverage.
Mm-hmm.
And you've heard me say before, if you're going to see a lot of man coverage, you better be able to defeat man coverage. And you've heard me talk about man beaters. We had so many man beaters, and Leo, you don't know the story, but we played Miami of Florida. This is when Miami was really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
And we played them in the Orange Bowl. We didn't beat them, but we gave them a scare. 2 years later, they came to Iowa City to return the game. They showed up, and they didn't play any man coverage at all. And they beat us something like 14-7 or something. It was a low-scoring game. And we're coming down the elevator after the game, and I make a comment to the defensive coordinator. I said, "Nice game, coach." He thanked me, and I said, "What happened to all your man coverage?" He said, "Are you kidding? I'd be stupid if I did that. You gave us problems 2 years ago."
Mm-hmm.
And then he simply made the offhanded comment, "You got too many man beaters." Well, when I heard that, I was able to go back to the offense and say, "Guys, here's what Miami's defensive coordinator said." A guy named Sonny Lubick, great football coach, one of the best defensive coordinators in that particular era. And I said, the reason that's significant, if Miami's afraid to play man coverage against us, I'll promise you a lot of Big Ten teams will also be afraid to do so. That's going to make our job easier because we're primarily going to have to gear ourselves to defeat zone coverage because we're not going to see much man. And that's exactly what happened. So I guess my point is you got to be able to defeat whatever the team's doing to you. You got to be able to defeat it. You got to have a lot of weapons at your disposal. And you got to continually play the game of what if. And Corey's heard me talk about it, Leo. You have not probably. When you look at film, you got to be continually asking the question, what if they'd done this? Maybe it's a running play that looked good, but the question you should be asking is, I wonder if we could come up with a play action pass off that same look. Maybe it's a running play that's in our offense too. So why don't we consider a play action pass off of this particular running play that clearly we feel like we can run effectively? Well, any run play that's effective, you better have a play action pass off of it. You're foolish if you don't, because that's your best chance to hit over the top of a defense, is to be able to make it look like run and then throw the ball down the field.
Right. And the other thing I was going to say, in order for the play action to work, you got to run the darn ball.
Right.
Somewhere. And I just you got some quick athletes there. It's not like you don't have receivers and you don't got speed. You got a few
Who?
What's the number? I don't know his name, but he's quick off the
I mean, no, you could be right, but I haven't seen anything on game film that has indicated such, and that may not be the fault of the receivers, but how do we know that?
Well, but I mean, the stretch run plays, things that you can do you're not manhandling anybody off the line. You're just not. And they're coming, man. They're coming. They're filling the box. They got the linebackers coming. Stretch it. Stretch it. Do the quick plays like we were talking about earlier. Do something to open something for your offense.
Yeah.
You got an awesome defense, and I know last year they were scoring, right? Or it was the year before. The year before they were scoring a lot.
Last year we scored a lot on defense.
Yeah. So, I mean, but that can't be your bread and butter. Your offense eventually has to do something. And I know, Corey, it's blasphemy from what I said last time, but if Brian has to go and Kurt has to go, then that's just what has to happen if the program is going to succeed farther. If you're not changing and evolving, I'm pretty sure Nick Saban had to evolve and change because there was people that spread offense and things, and eventually, your hog mollies are going to get tired in the fourth quarter, right? If they're chasing people and they're getting their spread offense and they're starting to innovate, well, you have to catch up or you're going to die. And don't mean to be gloomy, but it looks like you're dying. So,
well, I appreciate the call, Leo, and
you bet.
I appreciate your Michigan perspective, sir.
All right. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the respect from Leo. And we've got Josh Patterson on the line. Is this a relative of yours, Don, that I'm about to bring on?
No relation.
Okay. Let's get Josh in our Iowa Smokehouse Colin line. Josh, welcome.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight, other than the game?
Doing good. Well, it's technically we're 3 minutes to Sunday morning, so I'll be better in a few minutes because I can say, hey, it's the day after.
You know what? You're right. That's a good way to look at it. I'll make it pretty quick. I'm at work, so and I'm sure you guys have a lot more callers. I just wanted to say that the biggest thing I'm worried about is not necessarily the individual performance like this week or the next. My big thing is how this is going to affect recruiting, because in this day and age, you need recruits. And yes, we can go on about how this team, this coaching staff has taken, the gems in the rough, the diamonds in the rough players. Well, people are getting a lot better at finding those, and then they go to better schools. And I mean, I don't know if I'm alone in this, but it almost looks like we've kind of lost that ability. Though we have gotten some good recruits in the last 5-10 years. Probably the best, at least that I've ever remembered, but I'm kind of young. And I think Iowa fans might be a little spoiled in that because we come off, AJ Epinesa, like our top 3 recruit ever. He was insanely great for our defense, especially for recruiting, because then we strung together great recruits after him. The issue is if we're going to string together awful, I'm not, it's not necessarily even on the players. I think we recruit good offensive players, but I think our development of them is going to turn a lot of good recruits away. And that's what will really kill like a program like ours, because ours isn't like, we're not a MAC school or anything like that where they have to fight over, what the big schools in their states take up. But we're also a school that's from a small state. So we have to fight for good players out of state. And a lot of the good players in state go to either Iowa State, or the top usually end up going somewhere else. And so I think if this program will ever take the leap to the next level, like everybody really wants, and the hope has shown just from how great our defenses and special teams has been, I think there just has to be some kind of change in the offense. If it means Kirk Ferentz and Brian Ferentz are gone, which that's a dangerous thing as well, because you never know how that goes. Changing everything doesn't always work. But that's my biggest worry as a as an Iowa fan. I would just like to hear you guys' perspective on that.
Don?
Well, let's just think back to Bob Cummings as the coach. I remember Bob Cummings' record in 5 years here was 17 wins and 38 losses. Bump Elliott was the AD, and after year 5, they decided that Bob Cummings had to be done. And Bump knew. Bump was the head coach at Michigan when he played an SMU team that was coached by a young, tall Texan by the name of Hayden Fry. And even though Michigan beat SMU, they had far better personnel. Bump was impressed with the fact that Hayden got a lot of mileage out of a roster that was not nearly as talented as his. And so when Bump had a chance to hire one last football coach at Iowa, Hayden was the guy he wanted. And at the time, Coach Fry had 3 options. I know that because I was with him at North Texas in his last year at North Texas. Oklahoma State was looking for a coach. Mississippi State was looking for a coach, and then the University of Iowa. And Bump knew, and Bump told Hayden, he said, "You'll be the last coach I ever hire. So my hope is that you coach here a long time, because that means I'll be the AD for a lengthy period of time too, maybe." And that's exactly what happened. Of course, Hayden coached here for 20 years, and Bump retired, of course, long before those 20 years were gone, but at least Bump got to decide when he was going to retire. An AD is only as good as the coaches he hires. And Bump had excellent judgment, not just in hiring Coach Fry, but hiring other people like Lute Olson and Tom Davis and Vivian Stringer, any number of other great coaches. Let's think about Dan Gable as being an awfully good hire too. So the bottom line, an AD needs to recognize you're going to be judged a lot by who you hire. And so if you want to make a name for yourself as an AD, then you better come up with better records on the part of some of these most favorite sports. You better come up with a better record than what the last guy had, and that'll give you a chance to have a lot of longevity as an AD. You're only as good as the people you hire. So I would hope that Beth, if she's our full-time AD at some point, I'm sure she understands that, and she'll make a good decision as to who to hire in any and all positions within the athletic department. I'm confident in saying that. I've been very impressed with her. She's a really sharp lady, and she's certainly a good candidate for the full-time job if and when that position's filled.
I would agree with that as well. But thank you guys. This is the first time I ever called. No relation, just a lot of Pattersons in the world. But I have been a long-time listener. Great show, guys. Have a good night. Well, actually, it's not night anymore. Have a good day.
Yeah. Good morning. Thanks, Josh. Appreciate that. And thank you for listening and for calling in, even though you're at work. Appreciate that. Marcus, super chat. By the way, if you want to get a super chat here, we're on for you got another 30 to 40 minutes with us, Don? Or are you zoning out?
As long as people want to talk.
If you fall asleep on camera, we'll just keep going. I'll just answer the questions for you.
No chance, Corey. This is my normal work day. I'm up this time of night every night.
All right, Marcus with the super chat. If you want to get a super chat in for Coach Patterson, it's really the only way, unless you call in, to get a question that I can guarantee will get answered, because I just cannot get through all the chats. We've had thousands and thousands of comments in the chat, and I simply just can't filter through all of them. Marcus with the super chat. What can they do play calling wise to get Cade a better feel for the game and more confidence with his receivers? That's a fair question, Don.
Well, I mentioned what Penn State did early in the game. They threw a lot of balls behind the line of scrimmage or only a few yards beyond the line of scrimmage. We can obviously do that too. Our tight ends typically give us that aspect of the passing game, a lot of quicker throws that give us a chance to get the ball out without being sacked. That's one option, but it goes way beyond that. If you're having a hard time buying enough time to throw the ball down the field, as you heard me say, you got to be creative with your protection. You got to be able to play action pass in a run situation. Well, clearly they're not pass rush mode. If it's 3rd down and 2, they're not thinking pass, they're thinking run. So play action should be able to buy you a lot of time. You should be much less likely to be sacked on 3rd and 2 than you are on 3rd and 8. So mix it up more on short yardage, go with more pass plays, be more creative with your pass protection. We talked about keeping a tight end in or chipping with the back or maybe moving the pocket. One of the best plays we had all night long was not a true naked. You remember that Cade faked left and rolled right, but that tight end on the right side was a full-time blocker. And our thought process, I'm sure we had a receiver, an outside receiver that was supposed to try to get open down the field. Well, the bad news, he didn't get open. The good news is Cade ran for 18 yards, even though he ran about as fast as Corey runs. Corey might be faster, but he was fast enough to cover 18 yards, and even then he got out of bounds without even being hit. So that was a good play, obviously. Stuff like that. Move the pocket. Don't be such a stationary target back there. Help the tackles as best you can. Call more pass plays, play action, especially in run situations. Obviously, that's going to give you a better chance to have time to throw the ball down the field. Hope those make sense. Call other plays that give a receiver a chance to catch the ball and run out with the ball. Simple example that you're very familiar with, Corey, would be a slant route. Well, if you hit a slant route and the guy's on the dead run, he's got a chance to run down the field with the ball versus catching a toe tap on the boundary or catching a ball where he's into the boundary and doesn't have a lot of room to run. We always used to talk about the boundary as Mr. B, and the expression an old coach used to use is Mr. B never missed a tackle. The boundary is always your friend if you're playing defense. So you keep leverage on a ball carrier that's near the boundary just to simply funnel him off the field rather than give him a chance to cut back open field and go for a long score. So you use that boundary to help you as a leverage to leverage those ball carriers off the field of play. Hope that helps.
Alan in the chat, I'm going to call your bluff, Alan. He says, giving away my tickets for next Saturday. No, you're not. 45-yard line, 36 rows up. Free Michigan State tickets. I am done. Sure you are. I'll tell you what, Alan, if you're serious, I'll throw my email up here for you. I guarantee I don't hear from you. How about that? How about that challenge? It's on the bottom ticker, Alan. You're so anxious to get rid of those 45-yard line tickets. I'll make sure they get put in good hands. So no need to worry yourself with those 45-yard line tickets.
Is that an indicator, Corey, that you're going to be in town next Saturday night?
No, because nobody's going to hear from Alan. Leo, thank you for becoming a member. I'm assuming this is the same Leo that jumped on with us earlier, I think. But Leo C931, appreciate that. BL4KN6LD, Kirk isn't blind. He's definitely not dumb, which begs the question, how does he rationalize an offense this inept? Offense isn't this hard. Yeah, that's a rhetorical question, I guess, because I don't think I have an answer for that. I know I don't. He's explained his theories and his rationale on the whole situation. One of the things he said during the offseason, Don, and one of the things that the entire staff doubled down on during the offseason was they felt like the biggest issue was personnel. And we kept hearing about how it was personnel. Well, we kept hearing about how the offensive line was young and guys kept getting hurt and the wide receiver room was hurt and the quarterback room, which just wasn't very good. Well, as I said at the time, whose fault is that? What's the excuse now? B, the offensive line is not young. C, they added a quarterback in the portal, added a couple of receivers in the portal. Stop me. I mean, where am I lost on this?
And Seth looks like a really promising young player. We need to make an effort to get the ball in set. First off, has he had a drop all season? I don't think so. He appears hands. He's athletic. He's got a good frame. We need to try to get in the ball. I'm sure we are trying to get in the ball, but it wasn't obvious tonight. That's for sure.
Now, typically we give kudos to our player of the game earlier in the show, but given the evening, we waited a little while to talk about our player of the game. RTI Threads player of the game, Nick Jackson. I thought he played really well, especially early down. 13 tackles, 8 of which were solo tackles, 2.5 tackles for loss, for a net of -8 yards. He had a couple of bursts into the backfield that I thought looked like an all ACC type of guy. And maybe it's taken him a couple of weeks to catch up to Big Ten play and just his the difference in assignment. But can you talk a little bit about what not only you saw from Nick Jackson today, but what you've seen over the last few weeks?
Well, I certainly was satisfied with the play of 34 and 10. I think those poor guys, I think they might have taken every snap close to it. I know Fisher was out there some too, but maybe that was when we were in 3 linebacker defense rather than 2. It seemed to me that 34 and 10 played out there 90-something snaps, maybe not. It certainly seemed like it because every time you turned around, those were the guys that were making a lot of tackles. I don't know how many Higgins ended up with, but he couldn't have been too far behind, I bet. Do you know offhand how many Jay had?
Jay had a total of 18 tackles, 10 solo.
Wow. And Nick had 13, 8 solo.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot of tackles, isn't it?
A lot of tackles for a couple of linebackers, a couple of poor linebackers.
Well, the only thing worse than your linebackers having a lot of tackles would be your safeties to have a lot of tackles, because that meant the ball was going further downfield. The fact that our linebackers were our leading tacklers suggests at least that the defense was hanging in there. You know, you think about it, if they have 97 snaps, then it's kind of hard to imagine that they don't have 500 yards, but they didn't. How many yards did they end up with? Less than 4, maybe?
Who are we talking about now?
Talking about Penn State's offense. How many total yards?
Total yards, 397.
397. How many explosive plays? Not that many. You know, they just 40-yarded us to death.
Yeah, let's see. How many explosive plays? You want to guess how many explosive plays?
I bet there couldn't have been more than 2 or 3. Maybe not even that. I can't remember a 20-yard plus play. I'm sure they had 1 or 2, but not many. Are you going down individual for long gains?
Yes, I am.
How many?
They didn't have an explosive play.
Not 1. Now, see, that's a bright spot. How does a team snap the ball 97 times and not have a play over 20 yards? That's an endorsement of the defense for not giving up big plays.
So let's talk about how bad the Iowa defense was. They didn't give up a single explosive plays, and they were out in the field the entire game.
We had an issue with critical downs, obviously.
Sure. Well, no. Let's quantify that. We had an issue with 4th down. They were pretty good on 3rd down, Don.
Okay. So often it was a conversion on 4th down. How many 4th down attempts they have?
Let's see here. They had. Well, you're so much good at reading through these. See, they were decent on 3rd down. They were 9 of 20 on 3rd down, but on
9 of 20 is pretty good.
Well, they were.
If you're 45%, you're better than average.
They were 4 of 4 on 4th down. Those are the ones that seemed to really hurt.
Okay, and the way I figured, of course, I just combined those two, so they're 13 for 24, right. More than 50%. That's not good enough on critical downs. That's good enough to get you beat. You're not doing a good job of getting off the field. And so there's credit to Penn State, and there's some blame assigned to us, of course.
CJW, they win 8 games because they're in the Big Ten West, just beating up on the worst division in football, getting stomped by everyone else. I can assure you, CJ, all that's going to change, even if you're correct in saying that. That is going to change in 2024 because the divisions are going away and we're in for a whole new game starting next year. I think it's good for the program. I think it's good for the program because I've kind of gotten tired of beating up on a weak schedule, Don, frankly. I just have. I'm as a fan, here's what I'm tired of, Don. I'm tired of being in games like this against what we perceive to be a marquee opponent and getting trounced and getting trashed and thrashed. I'm tired of that. I'm tired of seeing it in 2022 against Ohio State and 2021 against Michigan and now 2023 against Penn State. And
Right.
I'm just tired of that. Stanford in 2015 after the 12-0 season, they get thrashed in the Rose Bowl. It just I don't know how to describe it. It's just I think you kind of understand where I'm coming from with this. The schedule makes out for a 8 to 10 win season almost every year.
Right.
But the ceiling is, it's like your movement stays between these two lines, right? Your ceiling's here, your floor is here, and you're always going to get something in between. So yeah, you're not going to be Nebraska down here or Northwestern, but you're also never, until you change something, you're never going to be Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan, even Wisconsin, who's achieved a lot more in the modern era than Iowa has on a national stage. I'm talking about Rose Bowls and just national relevance.
Yeah, one of my concerns going forward, if I'm assuming there are only going to be 9 conference games for each team in the Big Ten. We don't know that, but just think about this. As of next year, there'll be 17 opponents within the conference that you might play. If you only play 9 of them, you play 9 and there's 8 you don't play, you're going to, how in God's name are you going to schedule that so that it appears to be fair? Now, you know what the NFL does? If you're one of the better teams, you get a little tougher schedule. And the thought process is, well, we got to give these teams that are down, we got to give them a fighting chance. So the teams that are down one year will get a little softer schedule the next. That's how the NFL does it. I don't think it's done that way in college football. But obviously, any way you slice it, it's got to be really complicated. Imagine trying to come up with schedules for all 18 teams that have similar degree of difficulty. It's going to be hard to do.
Yeah. Mark, appreciate you becoming a YouTube member and appreciate the super chat. And also this super chat, he says the ability to recruit offensive players is now at risk. And he goes on to say, with this super chat, how important is a QB's coach to getting quality recruits, and can he operate free of the offensive coordinator? And of course, at Iowa, quarterback's coach is the offensive coordinator, and most places the QB's coach is the offensive coordinator. Now, there are exceptions to the rule. Keep in mind, Brian was the tight ends coach for a while and the OC.
Right.
You think of a guy like Josh Gaddis, who's known as a wide receivers coach, but also a respected coordinator, I think, in some realms. But how do you answer Mark's question there, Don? How important is it for a QB coach? How influential is a QB's coach in getting recruits home, and can he operate free of the O coordinator in some way?
Well, let's face it, there are only 2 people that touch the football on every play, the center and the quarterback. And Coach Fry used to say the quarterback is the carburetor to our engine in our car. And if the carburetor is not adjusted right, then the car's not going to run very smoothly. So, that's the job of the quarterback, is to facilitate the offense, to be sure the car runs smoothly. And if you don't have a good quarterback, then you got a car that's sputtering and not operating with any kind of efficiency. Not going to win many races with a bad carburetor in your car. And not to mention, of course, a quarterback, if he's a marquee player and he's proven himself already, he can be a valuable asset to you in recruiting other players to play offense. Clearly, if you're lucky enough to have a sophomore that's an all-conference player and you think he's going to stay around for a couple more years, then he should be a real asset to you to help you in recruiting. And the same could be said for maybe an all-conference linebacker or all-conference safety. All-conference player really at any position should be an asset to you in recruiting. That's especially true of quarterbacks and especially true of defensive players in general, because let's face it, on every play, the defensive player has a chance to find his way to the football versus an offensive lineman, of course, that primarily is only going to be able to block the guy he's supposed to block. And as you've heard me say before, Corey, that's why having one great lineman doesn't get you very far, because the question is, how did all 5 of those guys do in accounting for 5 defenders. That's what they're asked to do on every play.
Let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse call-in line. And David, appreciate the Venmo donation from David here a couple of minutes ago. I try to give those people their due. Appreciate that. And David, we're going to welcome you to the show. David, appreciate the Venmo donation from David here. Hello, David. Ago. I try to give those people their due. Hello,
David, is your sound up?
Nice. Pleasure to meet you guys again.
You're delayed. You gotta turn your television off, David, because you're way behind.
It might be delayed. I don't know.
It's delayed, David. Can you turn your television off and turn your computer up or your phone up?
Yeah. Sorry, I'll turn it off. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay, we're gonna come back to David here in a second. Let's go. We'll come right back to you, David. You get that figured out, and we'll come back. Let's go to Corey on our Iowa Smokehouse call-in line. Corey, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'm still battling for Kirk, and I just want to list off a list of names here. See if you guys recall any of these names, and you answer to me whether or not you think they have been better options than Kirk Ferentz. Right. Lovie Smith, Jerry Kills, Brett Bielema, Scott Frost, Pat Fitzgerald, PJ Fleck, Tim Beckman, Ron Zook, Ron Turner, Tracy Clays, Glenn Mason, John Makovic. And these are just a few of the guys that have come and gone, and had a guy like Ferentz been let go and replaced, these are the types of characters that have existed in the Big Ten West. And how many of these would you have preferred having over Kirk Ferentz?
I wouldn't prefer any of them. I don't know what your point is, though.
My point is, to a lot of these fans, I think it's easy to take Kirk Ferentz for granted and to want to look beyond Kirk Ferentz. But I think that we're we're a little bit spoiled, and we've had a lot of good years. And I think that it's not really as easy to win in the Big Ten as everybody thinks. A lot of people find this out. Look at PJ Fleck. Look at Brett Bielema. Whether it's a Lovie Smith.
Hold on a second. PJ Fleck and Brett Bielema aren't in their 60s. That's a totally erroneous comparison. Kirk Ferentz has been here 23 years, 24 years. That's a terrible comparison.
I guess what I'm saying is, you aren't just terminating coaches and guys are coming in and replacing them. It's not easy. Look at Nebraska. They've struggled. They've gone through multiple coaches and they're still not there. And so the answer, is not, in my opinion, the answer is not to fire Kirk Ferentz. I think that Kirk Ferentz, where the downfall has occurred is after the kidney rhabdomyolysis problem they experienced. It seems like the line strength has diminished. The training seems to be a little bit at a lower level. The line has performed at a lower level ever since that occurred, almost like, and then Doyle left. And then, so to me, I think Kirk is sitting here waiting for his line to get back to where it used to be. And it just hasn't done that.
Well, that's the problem. He can't be sitting back waiting for the line to get back to where it used to be 15 years ago. That's the problem. If he's going to sit back and wait for it, it's never going to happen.
But to say that his offense is predictable, if you have a good run game and you have a play action, play fake, that's not predictable. It's just like an RPO. You don't know if the guy's getting the ball or not. So if you're running play fakes and play action, it's effective. It's not they can't read what you're doing. Also, the RPO requires a mobile quarterback. We have not. Which is first, the chicken or the egg? Can we get a mobile quarterback? Oh, we got to run an RPO system in order to recruit one. I mean, I just think he works with what he's got. We don't have mobile quarterbacks. We can effectively run the play action. And we say, oh, well, you got your players, Kirk. What's your excuse now? Well, he's really got worse than Spencer Petras for a quarterback right now because Cade is not mobile. And Cade is pressured every play. There's no time. And so I don't understand. To me, it's blatant. We still don't. We started to show a semblance of an offensive line, but we still are not there. That offensive line, look at Mason Richmond. I love the guy, but he got owned tonight. He was absolutely owned by 44. Cade's blind side was attacked nonstop. And Cade is not mobile. He's hobbled out there. Not to mention his plant leg is hobbled. So I just think you really have did Kirk get all of his pieces and now there's no more excuses? Okay, first off, the season's not over. Kirk tends to round the guys up and get them to produce after a bad loss. Secondly,
hey, guess what, Corey? The offense has sucked for 3 years. So I don't want to hear about this crap about 4 games. They've sucked. Ever since 2020, they have sucked.
And you're right. And the offensive line has sucked. The offensive line.
Hey, Kirk Ferentz is a what coach? An offensive line coach? He's supposed to be an O-line guru?
Well,
and
George Bond.
3 years? Whose fault is that?
Well, they're not getting the players. He's not getting the players.
Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that they're not getting the players? Who recruits the players, dude? Who recruits the players?
Well, they're not if you look at it, Wisconsin started pulling the 320-pound 6'6" guys. We're getting the guys that are 280 and we can get them up to 300. But they're just getting bull rushed and manhandled. So yeah.
So whose fault is that they're not recruiting the right players, Corey?
The fault, if there's fault, it lies on Kirk Ferentz. It's the effectiveness of getting the offensive line recruits. We lost Caden Proctor. We've got an excellent recruit coming in 2025, but we're not getting enough of them. We're getting one of them. We're not getting 5.
So whose fault is that? I've said it like 5 times, Corey. Whose fault is that they're not getting those guys?
My point is that the recruiting is where we are not effective.
Okay, so he can't recruit. If he can't recruit, then I guess he can't be here anymore because that's a big part of being a college football coach is recruiting.
Well, hopefully the NIL provides an option there. So that's why I'm not willing to quit on Kirk.
Okay.
All right. And secondly, we did have a mass exodus of guys and injuries, but we had Caden Proctor and then we didn't. We had Tyler Linderbaum, but we just haven't seemed to put 5 guys together. We've gotten 1 or 2 elite guys, but we can't get 5 elite guys. And yeah, the time's ticking and Kirk is under the gun here, but I think that we're all anti-scheme, but to me, I don't see fault in the scheme. I see an offensive line that has failed to produce a run game. Look at Wisconsin. They can produce a run game. We cannot. We've done gap scheme. We've done outside zone. We've done different run schemes, but it's the players that play. And we are getting undersized guys that are not collectively effective as a unit. And it's the offensive line. You look at any quarterback that gets no time, can't be effective. I don't care who they are. If we had an RPO system and we had a mobile quarterback, then I think, yeah, there is that opportunity because now you can get away with a lesser line. But is that realistic? I don't think that's happening.
Let's Corey. Do you want to get Don's opinion, the former offensive coordinator?
Yeah, I would. I need to stop talking and I'll listen now.
Don, go ahead. Can you comment on some of this? Because obviously, and I don't mean that, Corey, I don't mean to come off on you strong, but we're talking about recruiting. I'm tired of the excuses. If we're talking about personnel and not having good enough personnel, then it comes back to coaches not recruiting the right people or not developing the right people. If it comes down to scheme, the coaches are in charge of the scheme. Like, this is college football. I don't know, like, Don, am I in the wrong? Am I putting too much onus on coaching staff as it relates to all these issues?
No, you've already heard me say that I'd like to believe that the coaches share in the responsibility for moving the football on offense. Players and coaches share that responsibility. Talking about mobile quarterbacks, we used to always recruit combination quarterbacks. We called them. Matt Rogers is a good example. He was a two-time first-team All-Big Ten quarterback. If you go back and look, in the 90 and 91 seasons, Matt Rogers had positive yardage as a runner. I don't know what his numbers were, but I guarantee you he ran for 200 or 300 yards, if not more. I don't recall how much. We didn't run him all the time, but he was mobile enough where he was still a threat on Q draw. He was a threat on option. He was able to extend plays because he had good athleticism and good movement. We recruited a guy that could run. Had to be able to run. He didn't have to be like a running back, but he had to be at least average to above average in terms of his ability to run, his ability to escape a pass rush. You don't want to play with an immobile quarterback. And I think Cade would be fine as long as he was healthy. He's simply not healthy now, so he's less than 100%. He's not more mobile. He's a little bit of a sitting duck back there right now because he's not at full strength with how he can avoid pass rush. That's where we are. So it puts a little extra pressure on the O-line, but there are ways for the coaches to help. You've already heard me talk about play action pass on third and short. Play action pass more on first down, maybe, since we're high percentage run on first down. And for that matter, using extra blockers to be able to secure the edge so that we don't have to have 5 receivers out. Maybe we only have 3 receivers out, or in some cases, even only 2. Let's face it, if you're throwing the ball way down the field, how about this for a concept? High-low versus a free safety. Post route on one side, dig route on the other. If the post route's open, throw it. If it's not open, it's because of the free safety. Look down to the dig route. It's probably open, especially if you got good play action, especially if you have time to throw.
By the way, Corey, Kyle in our private chat brings up, you made a comment about how the line isn't big enough. They average 308 pounds. The starters are an average of 308 pounds up front.
And what's Wisconsin? What are the big dogs? They're rolling in at 320, 325.
To be honest with you, you're not going to measure an offensive line just by what they weigh. I'll promise you, I've seen a lot of lousy football players that weigh 320. You better have a guy that can move his feet. I'd rather have a guy that can move his feet that weighs 290.
Yeah, no, I hear you there, Don. I just think we're comparing a hobbled Cade McNamara to a healthy Cade McNamara. Come on, 50% to 70%. Let's get a little more honest in our assessment here and compare apples to apples. Cade McNamara is a shell of what he was. When you're injured and you're in pain, it affects you mentally. It affects your performance.
I've already acknowledged that. I don't blame Cade for how the game went today. I thought Cade was just a victim of circumstance. He was unprotected back there far too often. He took a beating. He took too many hits last week too. I don't have a problem with Cade. I just wish we had a healthy Cade because we'd have a better offense if he was more healthy. And I don't know when he's going to get healthy now because there's a game every Saturday. He wants to be part of that. You know, maybe looking back, maybe we should have rested him last week. We'll never know if that would have been a better solution. But it was one they mentioned, and Corey was right. Maybe an 8-day rest doesn't help. I don't know. The one thing I said a week ago, Kirk will make the right decision based on doctor's input. If it makes sense to sit Cade a week ago, then we would have set him. It probably means that 8 days didn't seem to matter too much in the eyes of the doctor.
Well, I got to let you go, Corey. I know you were on hold for a long, long time, so I didn't want to cut you off. I do appreciate you being here. Again, I'm not trying to come down hard on you. I respect your opinion on this, and I appreciate where you're coming from in defending what Kirk Ferentz has done here. I think he's a wonderful human being and a very good coach. At some point, all good things do come to an end. I'm not saying we're to that point, but at some point, I just would encourage any fan like yourself to not necessarily marry yourself to the idea of going down with the ship, because all good things do come to an end at some point as it relates to coaches.
Yeah, I sense that. I mean, I was there when Hayden Fry was retiring, and it was time. And I think that I don't think it's time yet for Kirk. I think that, yeah, it's close. I mean, he doesn't have more than 5 years, that's for sure. But I think that we owe him the opportunity to correct things. And I agree with Don. I think that's legitimate scrutiny towards Brian Ferentz and or Kirk. Why not go with the max protect when you're getting crushed back there, at least to give Cade some time? I do agree with that. What I'm saying is a lot of these fans that are talking about, oh, we've got to scrap this whole system, we need a new scheme. I question that. I think if we had effective guys up front, I think that if we get the run game going and we work the play action off of it, that can be a lethal offense. It's just, it seemed like maybe they were going to turn the corner, and then they've kind of stumbled. Now, is it because Penn State's an elite defense and it made them look foolish tonight? But maybe they show that they will turn the corner. I suspect we're going to see a much better situation next week, and I will be there in Kinnick. I will be by my 8-hour drive, and I will be there with my son, and I will be there, and I will be loud, and I will be proud. And go Hawks. And hey, by the way, I've worn out my welcome here, taking too much time, but you guys have the best show of all the different game reviews and different coverages, productions, post-game, pre-game. You guys are fantastic. I think you're a great team, and I really appreciate Don's perspective as well. Just from, I mean, he's seen it all. He was there, during the Fry period of time, and he's seen it move to through the Ferentz era. And I think he's a wealth of knowledge, and I respect it greatly. And what a great reference to have on your show. And so I get increasingly frustrated with the knee-jerk responses of these fans. And, after a bad game or a bad quarter, it's, automatically fire this, fire that. And I think if we look west to Nebraska, they're a little bit more knee-jerk, and it hasn't worked out well for them. It really hasn't. And so I guard against that. I think that if you want to build something, it requires stability and longevity of staff. To sit there and fire someone every 5 years, you tear it down before you even have a chance to build it. It takes time to build something meaningful. And that's why I'm hesitant to tear this thing down. And with that, I'll hush up here and wish you guys a great day. And we're going to pick apples tomorrow in a few hours. So
There you go.
I will drink the cider, and I'll continue to drink the Hawkeye cider as well, and the Kirk Ferentz cider.
Well,
I fully support him, and I say, just like Hayden Fry, when he chooses to go, that's when he should go, and that's my feeling. So.
Well, thank you for the call, Corey. Appreciate you supporting the show. Do appreciate that. And he's not alone. There's a lot of fans. I mean, you're a Kirk Ferentz fan, Don. I'm a Kirk Ferentz fan.
Absolutely.
Nobody here is.
Corey, one thing you've always heard me say, fans tend to overreact.
Absolutely.
A week ago, we were thinking that we were King Kong because we ran for a lot of yards against Western Michigan. You used the word context, and you're right. So it's never as good as you think you are. You're never as good as you think you are. You're never as bad as you think you are either. Right now, based on tonight's performance, we don't think we're very good. We're better than what people might think. And we'll prove that going forward because we do have high character on this football team. And the coaches have worked to correct the mistakes of the players. And I'm confident we're going to have a win next weekend. It's not going to be easy. We're still going to have to go out and win it. Obviously, Michigan State's probably encouraged to think they can beat us based on looking at the Penn State game. They're going to feel that way. That's okay. They still got to do it. And I like our chances here in front of our crowd. We'll have the same home field advantage, hopefully, this weekend that Penn State had tonight.
Jeffrey with the super chat. Thank you, Jeffrey. Brian was never really qualified as an OC when promoted. He had never called plays and has proven he doesn't have it. No creativity and predictability. 5-year science project is over. Kirk has to take off the blinders. Appreciate the super chat, Jeffrey. And I don't really think it's a disrespectful comment to be made. And by the way, to our last Corey who called in and made the comment, and I again appreciate Corey listening to the show, appreciate his take. I will say this, when people like Corey say, well, I think Kirk deserves an opportunity to fix this. Let's just make clear, he is being given the opportunity. He has been given the opportunity. Like, they were bad in 2021. Nobody was calling for Kirk Ferentz to be fired, not reasonable people. Brian wasn't fired. They again sucked in 2022, and they were worse in 2022. Once again, Kirk, there was no pressure on Kirk. Brian was not fired. He was allowed to. Any other coordinator in the country would have been ousted. Brian was not. He was allowed. So Kirk has had time to fix this. He's being given time. He's been given time. Let's not act like we just, this is a total knee-jerk response. The offensive struggles, this is a long time coming. So, maybe there's some knee-jerk reaction to tonight specifically, but that's my 2 cents. Let's go to our phone line. We got a caller who's been on hold literally coming up on 2 hours. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with Coach Don Patterson, our Iowa Smokehouse call-in line. Are you still awake, caller?
Oh, how you doing?
Hi. Who is this?
This is Bronco.
Hey there.
How's it going? Hey, you're
Doing
getting
good,
popular
man.
like old Taylor. Getting popular like old Taylor Swift, I think.
Yep,
Waiting
right up there with
online
Taylor
for a while.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm happy for you. Happy things are going good. Good. I'm good. All things considered. Is Dawn still there? I can't see the.
Dawn's still
can't
there.
see you guys.
Yep, he's still here.
All right. Well, I have a gift for both of you this week.
Okay.
I'll give Don his gift first. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, Don, your gift is a compliment, and that is that I think that you're very qualified person with a lot of experience, and you sit around and listen to a whole bunch of us, me included, who probably don't know as much as you've forgotten in your life, but you're always extremely polite, and I just appreciate you. So I wanted to start off by telling you.
Thank you, Bronco. I appreciate that.
You betcha. Corey, your gift is a whole bunch of numbers. It's not going to take me long to go over them, but I was thinking as I was putting these together, if I lived closer to you, you could hire me. We could split that Iowa floor coverings money, and I could buy a big old house out in Council Bluffs and watch the dogs run around.
Wow.
All right, you ready for ready for my numbers?
I'm ready.
Okay, so my numbers this time are I was just looking and comparing our offense from last year to this year through the first 4 games. And I just looked at a couple of numbers. I had to do all the math myself, but I think I'm pretty close. Couldn't find them all compiled. So pass yards. So pass yards through Spencer's first 4 games last year, he had thrown for 524 yards. Cade at this point has thrown for 459. Cade has better numbers, 4 touchdowns. He did have 3 INTs. Spencer 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. I thought that was an interesting number because, it's hard to really compare the scoring offense year over year. We have scored more points this year, but, defense sets up short field, special teams. Last year, South Dakota State, 2 safeties and a field goal. So I didn't have time to suss out where all the points came from. But I thought that total yards, it's not a tell-all, but I just think it's interesting, maybe worthwhile to just kind of kick around and consider. So rushing yards were a little bit ahead of the pace. Last year we were at 406. This year we're at 474. But the thing that I found interesting is that just comparing year over year, with as bad as we thought the offense was last year, and as bad as they told us the personnel was, and as improved as they told us the offensive line was and our personnel was this year, we're only off. I mean, the difference is 53 yards, 53 total yards. Last year we were at 929, and this year we're at 982. So this is where I get to do my favorite. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just, they didn't have a Penn State this early in the year last year. Who did they play? Who were their first 4 games last year? South Dakota State, Iowa State, Nevada, and then their home opener was who? Or their Big Ten opener?
Yeah, you got to give me a minute. My brain doesn't work that quick. You guys can jump in if you have it. I just did the stats too, so I should remember. But
Don, who'd they play?
I can't recall.
Okay, well, it wasn't somebody like Penn State because Michigan didn't come until a few weeks later in the season. I'm sure somebody in the chat will have it for us, but those are concerning. How do you? I know it's not apples to apples, Don, but those are kind of startling stats when you see the numbers from. And I stand by what I said. I think that Cade is a huge upgrade over Spencer Petras in this offense. But the problem is we're not seeing much of a difference as it relates to results because of so many problems around Cade. And maybe part of that's the injury that he's dealing with the quad. Certainly, there's still offensive line problems. I think there's still schematical problems, play calling problems, etc. None of us expected all those things to be changed. But we did say that, hey, this is going to be an upgrade because you're upgrading personnel at this position, the most important position in the field. So, Don, just your take to those, your reaction to those stats.
I don't think they mean a whole lot yet. 4 games does not make a season, not nearly. To me, you really don't have a very good picture until you talk about at least 6 games, half a season or more. Let's see, I'm trying to find 2022.
While you're doing that,
Rutgers. Rutgers was game 4.
And that was a decent defense, but not a great defense.
Well,
my best friend Amy went for a mini break in Edinburgh.
We scored.
It was quite surreal.
Sorry about that.
I don't know. It's not for
27
me.
in that game,
I don't know where
but
that's
14 were on the defense, right?
Well, I'm sorry, Don. Start over again. I was getting distracted by the ad playing in the background.
Yeah, really.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
We scored 27 against Rutgers, but 14 was on the part of the defense, I believe.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, I guess I would agree with that, Bronco. I mean, 4 games is 4 games. Rutgers is a big difference in playing Rutgers Big Ten opener than Penn State, but I do think your point stands, and I think we're going to look back. What did I say? Anybody remember what I had to say? Anybody at all remember what I had to say about Cade prior to the season? I said Cade McNamara is going to be disappointing a lot of Hawkeye fans this year. Did anybody remember me saying that? I made that comment a couple of times because, I mean, I think you and I both probably felt that way, Don, because a lot of Iowa fans put him up here and expected him to just be the savior of this offense. And we've said for the last 2 years that multiple problems requires multiple solutions. I can't believe I'm still saying that. I said that 2 years ago. I said multiple problems required multiple solutions. And they've made some, solutions with personnel at quarterback and maybe some adjustments at wide receiver. They got so many problems, Don.
And we had the disadvantage of not having a Cade McNamara that was 100% healthy.
That too, absolutely. But that's not an excuse because they got a lot of other issues, and that's how I would sum that up, Bronco. I mean, I we'll see what happens at the end of the year. We look back, but unfortunately, some of the benefits you're going to get from an upgraded quarterback are going to be overshadowed by some of the ridiculous shortcomings that apparently this offense still suffers from.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know that numbers are tricky and they don't tell the whole story, but I would feel very comfortable in making a bet with either of you that the rest of the season, Penn State will not hold another team to 76 yards, regardless of who it is that they play. I mean, the fact that we generate such little offense, I think the point is kind of different. I don't think the point is that we've had this terrible offense through 4 games, but Penn State is part of that mix, so we should. I think it proves that it doesn't matter who we play. Like, we just literally can't get it together. I mean, because my point isn't that the numbers were somehow worse this year. And the Cade is, I mean, anybody with 2 eyes can see Cade is better. I mean, he's throwing, the joke is that he's throwing a better incomplete pass right now than Spencer is. But
I'm glad you can at least stop and admit that, because there are some people who literally, they're literally done, or people who are saying, why doesn't Deacon get to play?
Right.
Yeah,
anyways,
yeah.
Go on, Bronco.
well, my point is that I just don't, it's like, I feel, again, every time I call you, it winds up at Brian Ferentz, but it does, because to me, at this point, it's like, okay, has he figured out how to do the same with more talent, or has he figured out how to do less with more talent? Because I think we can all see that. I mean, I feel like the receiving core is upgraded. Caleb Brown is like the highest rated receiver I think Iowa's had come in years, and they're not even utilizing him. Seth Anderson's looked good when they throw him the ball, but at one point, I don't know how the game ended, but at one point tonight, they said Nico was the only wide receiver with a reception. They had 1 reception for 4 yards with the wide receivers.
Deontay Vines had 1 reception late.
Yeah. So it's just, I mean, I'm going to keep doing this until it's done, because I just feel like we need to.
0 targets for Caleb Brown, 1 target for Seth Anderson.
Yeah.
That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
And they ran that inside screen 5 times, I think, tonight. It didn't work at all. What I see is just we talked about it already in previous weeks, but there's 0 in-game adjustments happening. 0. I can't see a single thing that they do differently in the third quarter from what they did in the first quarter. It's like they're pulling out the same plays, and they just keep going through them. And so I think that's, I've listened to the whole show up until just about a couple minutes ago, and I've heard a lot of people come in and say things that are head scratching, but I guess that's what makes this show interesting. We're all a little bit different, but I appreciate your time, and I love that I'm having to wait longer, because it means that more people are listening to you guys, and they're listening to you guys because you talk about common sense things and common sense ways, and we just appreciate you. So
Thanks,
I'll go ahead and
Marco.
cut you loose so you guys can go to bed.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Marco.
Cool. And by the way, our RTI Threads player of the game, Nick Jackson, 13 tackles, 8 solo, 2.5 for loss. And I bring him up a couple of times, not only because RTI Threads is sponsoring our player of the game coverage throughout the year, but also first couple games, especially game 1 against Utah State, people kind of expressed concern about him not acclimating himself to Big Ten football. And I just think he's all of a sudden he's clicking. He just seems to be in the right spot at the right time. Now, maybe you can tell me what happened on the touchdown on the it looked like maybe Nick Jackson fell behind. I'm trying to think of the play. I think it was to a tight end in the end zone down in the red zone. Might have been the touchdown that made it. Was it the touchdown that made it 17-0 or 24-0? One of those two. Misdirection, I think. I'm trying to think back to the
Corey for a minute. One of them was what we refer to as White Hyde. Remember, he rolled right, threw back to the tight end across the field. That's a good play. You know, the tight end gets lost because he starts off as a blocker, and then they clear out the other side of the field with an over route, and then the tight end slips out late. That's a good play that's hard to defend. I don't know if you're talking about that one. There was another one to a tight end also.
I believe that's the one. Was Nick Jackson beat on that play?
You know, I'm not sure. I don't recall. You know, I haven't really studied it. Of course, I just looked at it in real time. But I will say this. I think in terms of problems, I think number 10 and number 34 are really far down the list of our problems.
Agreed.
Those guys play just fine. We're not going to have any problem with the play of those two. They're going to be just fine. They're going to play winning football against maybe every team on our schedule from here on out. And maybe you could even argue that they played winning football tonight too. They were both very productive and made a lot of tackles. It wasn't enough, of course, because we had other issues on both sides of the ball. But it looked like they were certainly doing their part. I thought they competed hard throughout.
Should we try to go back to David? Should we try to go back to David? Let's see if we've got David on the line, our Iowa Smokehouse calling.
Right here.
David.
All right. So here's what I saw problematic, to be honest. One, the moment that we gave up 10 points, I knew we were in a bad spot. Our defense had been out on the field for far too long. Far too long. My wife loves to prop our position up, go Iowa, yeah. And I was like, honey, we're gonna lose this game. I want to bet on the game, but it doesn't matter. I wanted the moment I knew we're not going to score a point. I was right about that.
Was that a wager with your wife then? Was she betting we were going to score?
Well, she didn't know that I put the bet in, but it was a $5 bet, if you will. But either way, it doesn't really matter. The thing is that I knew we weren't going to score. When we lost the game, we lost it on Kirk Ferentz, in my opinion. Everybody wants to protect him. I will say the honest truth. In my opinion. Because I was so mad. A helmet doesn't get a first down. A helmet does not get a first down. A ball does. Now, a ball is about, I would say, let's say 1.5 feet behind the helmet. Let's utilize that for common sense. Because if someone's holding a football, that should not have happened. That fourth down conversion, in which turned in to 7 points, should not have happened.
Don,
that's the reality.
Should that have been challenged by Kirk Ferentz, the fourth down?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Did he challenge anything?
Don, do you think that should have been challenged?
I don't know for sure that it. Do we know for sure that it can be challenged?
He was looking at challenging the idea of somebody sitting on their ass and maybe bobbling a ball after the fact. So that was after the fact. But before the fact, there was a reality. Like, he did not make that first down. I know that. Like, come on. His head got to the first down. That's true.
But the ball was lagging behind the head, of course. If it's something that can be challenged, yes, it should have been challenged early in the game. What was the score at the time?
Problem is you can't see
The score at the time was 3-0.
Okay.
And that fourth down put it to 10-0.
Yeah.
The problem, Don, is that if they review that, you cannot see clearly where the ball is.
Correct.
But you can see where the head is?
Assume where the head is, but if you can't see the ball, they're not going to overturn that. I'm just telling you what they're going to. They're not going to overturn.
How many challenges did he use the entire game?
None, but he's also thinking if I use.
How many timeouts does it matter in the first half?
He's also thinking that if I use a challenge here, I'm going to burn a timeout if I'm wrong. So he's trying to conserve timeouts in that situation, and he's being reasonable and saying, "Hey, it's not going to get overturned."
I understand that you're trying to protect him on this position, but what I will say is this. In the first half, it doesn't matter about that was a pivotal moment. Not even allowing come on. This is what I would say. Not even giving him the opportunity or the people who stopped it. His own players who stopped it. They did stop it. You know that. The announcer said it.
Here's the reality. Those wing officials that are running in, it's a massive humanity in there. Good luck even finding the ball. The bottom line, you're at the mercy of the officials. They're doing the best they can to figure out forward progress. But it's going to be difficult for them to declare it as something other than what they saw at the moment because the replay is not going to show anything.
I agree. Well, show nothing?
Nothing, yeah. Did you see
I think on certain games, things have changed on that position.
That play was a big pileup of bodies, and you couldn't find a football in there off camera.
Well, I can tell you that his head got to the first down.
Do you think they're going to they simply couldn't, by video, you could not identify the forward progress of the football. You couldn't. I think they got a favorable spot.
What did you think about? What did you think about the forward progress, the whistle blown Don? What did you think about that when the ball got stripped and Iowa was returning the other way on that same drive?
The problem with that play, we really don't know. The bottom line, when did the whistle blow? Forward progress is stopped. Whistle blows. It's hard to tell when that is. You couldn't hear a whistle, of course. So I don't know. That's the problem with that kind of review. It's clearly a judgment call as to when the whistle should blow. Sometimes they're late with the whistle, giving the ball carrier more time than he deserves to try to find his way downfield. And then other times, maybe the whistle blows too early rather than too late. So I don't know when the whistle blows. That's the problem.
I told my wife we lost the game probably actually before that, but it doesn't really matter. I kind of knew. Like, it's easy to know when Iowa loses.
Yeah, we're the one with the smaller number on the scoreboard, right?
No, trust me, man. It's easier to know when you really know Iowa football. And when you study Iowa football as well as I have, at least,
well, tell me, David,
you know that there are only a few things that can help you.
What's your secret to knowing when I was going to lose?
Well, here's the thing, right? How well can the defense defend, Don, on the field all the time?
The longer we stay out there, the harder it gets.
Yep. And how hard does the defense have to fight all the time? How easy can an offense fight because they know exactly what they're doing? Can offense kind of play off and be a little bit less aggressive, knowing exactly what's going on? When the defense has to play 100% all the time, maybe.
Don or David, thank you for your Venmo.
That's a curious question. I just want the answer.
You want the answer now. You want the answer, and you want the answer now.
The ball's in your corner, Corey.
What was the question?
The question is if a defense, well, let's put it this way, is super simple. I know that for betting. Like super simple. When somebody gets behind, a defense, okay, never mind.
All right, David.
A defense like Iowa cannot win when it's so obvious you have to pass. Not only that, but
hey, David, I'm going to let you go. You have a good night, and I thank you for the Venmo. I do appreciate that, David. You are blazing the trail to creating more donation funds right here from the Hawkeye of the Storm. So everybody follow in David's footsteps. Send a Venmo. You were able to find the link in the description, David, and you penciled in 20. I wish you had added another 0 on the end.
I put an 80.
I got. You put 80 in there? I didn't see 80.
There's an 80 in there as well.
Really? You might want to double check your math. Do it when you're sober. I don't want to feel bad.
You know what, my good friend?
Yes.
The 80, it was already done.
Okay. David, get some sleep. Sun rises tomorrow or in a few hours, and
I recognize that, my good friend.
All right, David. Thank you, sir.
I want.
I'm sorry. I had to cut you off, David. I'm sorry because we're running out of time here, David. We love you, David, but we're running out of time. Super chat here in the chat. Mark, how important is a QB? We already got that, didn't we? Jeffrey, we got this one as well. Let's see. Zach, do you even want Iowa to go to the Big Ten ship just to watch this happen again? Can you even stick up for Kirk anymore? It's not on Brian right now. Kirk Ferentz is the head coach. He can make the needed change. Zach, you're not alone in feeling that way. Thank you for the super chat, the donation. Appreciate that. It helps the channel. Mark, it seems that Brian is a victim of OODA loop, whereas our defense and Parker may get scored or driven on in the first quarter. Parker adjusts, the defense gets better. The offense is the opposite. Offense should have initiative naturally. Don, can you explain to people who don't know what he's talking about, the OODA loop? That's something you probably are familiar with.
I'm not.
Well, I had to Google it when I saw the comment here from Mark. It's a military mental model developed by strategist and U.S. Air Force Colonel John Boyd. The OODA loop is a practical concept designed to function as a foundation of rational thinking in confusing or chaotic situations. It stands for observe, orient, decide, and act.
Okay.
You'll have to do some research on the OODA loop, Don. But Mark, thank you for that. I think there's a lot of truth to what you said there in the super chat. Appreciate that. Okay, we're going to take one final commercial break, folks. One final commercial break. We're going to come back with our last few callers, and then we're gonna hit the hay. And if Don's with us after this next 30-second break, he'll finish. If not, I'll finish myself. But we'll be back here with more Iowa postgame with Coach Don Patterson recapping Iowa's 31-0 loss to Penn State. We'll be right back.
Imagine the Possibilities is dedicated to empowering people to reach individual achievement across the spectrum of life. We believe in creating lasting relationships, empowering people for success, and cultivating joy. Our team of passionate people work each day to serve our communities in ways that create a lasting impact. We believe in creating opportunities for people with disabilities to achieve goals, build skills, and celebrate all that's possible. If you want to learn more about us or join our exceptional team, visit us at imagineia.org.
We're back here, Iowa postgame with Coach Don Patterson. Let's get back to our Iowa Smokehouse call-in line. Who's on the line?
Morning.
All right, let's move. The one time I don't screen, I usually screen those calls this late, and I decided not to. And let's get our next guy in here who's supposed to be our moderator. What are you doing, Kyle? You're slacking. You're also muted. Why are you muted? Let's get you unmuted here.
There we go. Can you guys hear me now?
I can hear you.
Oh, I was trying to keep up earlier. You're getting about looked like 200 comments a minute at the start. It was wild.
We probably, a night like tonight, it might be wise to have a second moderator, someone other than yourself trying to moderate the chat.
I've had a couple people I had to restrict. I was trying to mess with some features, so a couple people got some like 300-second pauses before they could comment, so they could think again before they would speak. But yeah,
Thank you for being on hold for so long. And Kyle brought up in the chat, or a previous caller who brought up offensive line size at Wisconsin. Kyle says that Wisconsin's approximately on average 313 pounds a player up front. So about a 5 pound per player difference. I don't really know if that's that substantial. I think that's a load of malarkey that we can attribute all of our offensive line issues to not having enough weight on our players, Don.
Yeah, you heard me say before, some of the best linemen I can think of were not 300-plus pounders.
Well, that includes 290-pound Logan Jones, who's supposed to be the best of the bunch in the weight room, correct?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. What did Linderbaum weigh? Was he over 300 pounds?
what was that?
Linderbaum. What did Linderbaum weigh?
No, he was 295, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. You'll see all kinds of guys playing on Sunday that are maybe not over 300.
Yeah. I mean that the 290 pound. I mean, if he was 10 or 20 pounds heavier, that's basically the difference. And he's just as I'd bet he's every bit as strong as the 310, 312 pounders on Wisconsin's line.
Yeah,
So,
no, I agree.
Yeah. I'm personally, I'm a little bit glad that I've been on hold for so long, because I've had 2 hours to let the temperature of my blood go down since the since the final summary on CBS. But I've still got some stuff that I'm going to go through just because I spent time looking at it, and I think it's just hilarious. So,
okay.
We'll start off with the fact that Torrey Taylor punted for 366 yards today. I thought
How many punts?
7 punts.
How many?
7.
7. Okay.
There have been, so far in the first 4 weeks that I could go through, 282 football games played in the FBS, so 564 team performances so far. And that is the lowest total offense by 25 yards of any of those 564 teams.
Wow.
I literally went on ESPN and selected FBS and clicked through every single stat sheet to get, or I didn't click through all of them, because if they had 14 points or 10 points, it was obvious that they got more than 76 yards. But that was the lowest total offense by any team so far this season. And I think I was trying to find last year as well. I don't think there was any team that had 50 yards last year either. So, painful stat. Couple other ones: as many first downs as turnovers. In the past 5 years, not a single team has been outsnapped by 60 plus snaps, and it didn't go back any further than that. But that was
not just Big Ten, Kyle. That was also
that was FBS. That was everything. Yeah,
FBS. Yeah, I made the comment in the 8 years I've done analytics, I'm pretty sure there's never been a Big Ten game that had that disparity in terms of plays run.
Oh, I totally agree. I bet it goes back far further than that. But that was the only research that was done was for the past 5 years. So I'd be curious to know how far back that would go. The middle 5 drives that we had in the football game today, we accounted for -5 yards, and for that period of time, the time of possession in the second and the third quarter, the time of possession was Penn State 25 minutes and 20 seconds, Iowa 4 minutes and 39 seconds. And Penn State ran 53 plays in that span for 227 yards when we were accounting for -5 yards. And we had 2 hours and 37 minutes between first downs. That's hard to believe.
Real quick. So I'll admit that I kind of zoned out while you were talking, Kyle, because it's 1:15 a.m. and
You're all good.
So you brought up the 4 first downs to 28, right?
Yeah.
397 total yards to 76. You brought that up.
Yeah.
Did you bring up how, maybe I missed it, but did you bring up how Penn State ran more plays than Iowa gained yards?
No, I didn't. That's another angle.
Penn State ran more plays, Don, than Iowa gained yards.
I bet that's another one that Coach hasn't seen before.
That has to
And
have never.
somehow they never had an explosive play.
We
Think
won.
about that.
We won explosive plays 1-0. Eric Hall had a 20-yard reception. That was the only explosive play in the game.
So I will say
Was
this.
that the fumble too? Probably was.
No, that was on the first drive of the game.
Okay.
So I will say this, Don. I have a decent memory in the last 10 years as it relates to Big Ten football. And somebody made the comment, I was watching the game, and they said, "Hey, is this the worst you've ever seen?" And I said, "I don't think so." Go back to 2016. Does anybody remember the 2016 Michigan-Rutgers game? Does anybody remember that? 78-0. Okay. Michigan over Rutgers, 78-0. Let me read you some of these stats, Don. You're going to like this. 600 yards for Michigan in that game, 39 for Rutgers.
Wow.
They were even on turnovers, 1 apiece. Okay.
Lucky for Rutgers.
23 first downs for Michigan, 2 for Rutgers. Rutgers passing yards. Chris Laviano, 1 for 8 for 6 yards. Zach Allen, 1 for 10 for -1 yard. I've never seen anything like that. Rutgers receiving. They had 1 receiver that had a reception. 2 receivers. It was Jawan Harris.
And what year again, Corey, was that?
2 receptions for 5 yards. That was 2016.
2016. Wow.
But the fact that we have to go to 2016 Rutgers, I mean, they were the doorstep of not only the Big Ten, but of college football in 2016.
Yeah.
They were
worst Power 5 teams of all time.
Now, what year were we at Wisconsin when the Desmond King pick sixes? What year was that?
You mean the Josh Jackson pick sixes?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jackson.
Yeah, that was 2017. That was the week after the Ohio State blowout.
I do remember this vividly. In the middle of the third quarter, we had 14 points. We also had 14 yards of total offense at the same exact moment.
Yeah. Well,
we clearly picked up the pace in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
But just remember, for anybody who wants to rip the defense, just remember that Rutgers put out those types of numbers, and yet they lost by 78. Iowa put out comparable numbers today and lost by 31.
I don't want to hear a single person blame the defense today. I looked back. So the four drives in the first half that weren't prompted by an Iowa turnover, we gave up 41 yards in those 4 drives and no points. The only 2 drives that gave up points were the punt fumble and the Eric Hall fumble, field goal and touchdown. That was it. There was nothing else in the first half. I mean, Iowa's defense was on the field more in the third quarter than Penn State's was in the game.
Yeah.
Iowa's defense was on the field for 13 and a half minutes in the third quarter, and that was longer than Penn State's was in the game.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was a nightmare in so many ways.
We have more. It was more common for a ball to hit the ground when Iowa had the ball than for a completed pass. We had more fumbles, not obviously including the ones that were recovered by Iowa. We had 6 fumbles because 4 of them were recovered by Penn State. 2 of them were recovered again by Iowa. So we had 6 fumbles against 5 completions?
You know what's wild? Just real quick, as I say, you know what's wild? All those stats I just gave you about Rutgers, they only lost time of possession in that game 33-27.
You've always heard me say there's 2 ways to win time of possession. One way is to let the other team score in no time at all.
Yeah, one way is to keep giving up 75-yard bombs. That's one way.
One way's good, the other way not so good.
How do you only throw for 5 yards?
unless you're Army. It's the only other team I've seen do that.
Yeah, you're 1 for 2 for 5 yards.
Yeah.
Joshua in the chat, thank you for this. Someone needs to be held accountable. It's really very simple. Whom is responsible for offensive production? BF. Whom is responsible for putting BF in the position he's in? KF. Just saying. Thank you, Joshua. Appreciate the super chat. And Jack wants to know, Don, how many times have they thrown more than 10 yards in the last 2 games? They've taken shots. I mean, up until today, they had been taking shots downfield, and you were complimentary of Iowa's offense through the first 3 games.
Right.
So what happened today? Just a matter of we just don't when protection breaks down, we just choose not to.
Well, maybe the fact that it was raining, maybe that had something to do with it. Part of it, I'm sure, was concern that we didn't have enough time to get receivers that far down the field. I don't know. It's a mystery to me why you wouldn't take some shots. Let's face it, when the score mounted, when it became 17 and then 24, wouldn't you think, what do we got to lose? Let's throw the ball up and see what happens.
Also, we haven't addressed the little man up in the corner. Where that arrow is red and going down, and the letters are red, which means well below that this 0 point loss. This kind of doesn't this kind of basically cancel out what they did last week?
You could say it, Corey. It's over. He's not hitting 25 points. It's over.
I don't know. It kind of cancels out that 41 burger last week.
More than cancels it out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. How do they reach? They better put up a lot of points against 2 teams. Michigan State and Northwestern.
Yep.
They better put up, and they better do a lot against. They better do it this week against Michigan State because they're really bad defensively. They're really bad. They may be. They're historically bad. What'd they do today? Didn't they lose to Maryland by like 30?
Yeah, they got destroyed again.
Yeah, they're a disaster.
I believe their backup quarterback is injured now too.
Yeah, 31-9. Let's see.
Yeah, they're a disgrace. Maryland for the game had
362 total yards. So I guess total yardage wasn't.
Michigan State had 5 turnovers in this game. I mean, that's a way to bounce back. You're going from maybe the best team in the Big Ten to probably the worst.
Right.
Back-to-back weeks. And night game on the road versus night game at home. They ought to win with flying colors next week, Don.
Hopefully. I think that's what's going to happen. You always heard me say, Corey, that character does matter. You know, our guys were embarrassed today with how the game played. So I have no doubt they're going to show up and give a supreme effort next week and take out their frustrations on Michigan State.
You got anything else for us, Kyle?
Well, the only other little things I had was number one, Kirk in the post-game presser. He said somebody asked him about the play calling, and his quote back to them was I'm not going to quote this word for word, so I know that, but it was essentially like, we're in the middle of the season. I don't know what you want me to do, change the entire playbook in the middle of the year. And I'm like, you had 7 months to do it. Like, we're not
okay.
asking you to do it.
I'll read you. This is per Chad Leisico of the Des Moines Register, and he quoted him on Twitter. Yeah. This is the quote. Kirk Ferentz on a question about the offense. He said, quote, "We're not going to create a new playbook. Is that what you're suggesting? I'm not a wholesale believer in changing just because you had a bad night or a bad game. It was not a good game tonight. I think we made progress in 3 weeks. Tonight was disappointing. We played a really good football team. We'll keep it in perspective. We'll evaluate things over the course of 12 games. We've got 8 to play. We're not just going to start over again in any phase."
I had we played a good football team on my Kirk Ferentz press conference bingo card tonight.
Here's the problem with that comment and why it's going to rub a lot of people the wrong way. I mean, one of the main reasons why it's going to rub people the wrong way. When you say, "I'm not a wholesale believer in changing just because you had a bad game."
How about a bad 2020s decade so far?
But Kyle, he doesn't believe in making wholesale changes because he had a bad game. A bad game. What about a dozen bad games? 2 dozen. So
5 straight bad games.
So, anyways, I'm not trying to be snarky towards Kirk. It's just that quote is not going to go over well with the fan base.
No,
nor should it.
They the other things I was kind of laughing at. So Penn State's play 90 was it 90? It was 97 plays tonight, right?
Right.
That's 7 more than LSU ran in their 7 overtime game against A&M a few years ago. They played 7, not the new rule. They don't line up for 1 play in those overtimes. They start at the 25-yard line and they run at least 4 plays, right? So they had 7 different. I mean, they essentially added probably 30 or 40 plays to their play counter in over on top of regulation, and they still didn't hit Penn State's 97 plays from tonight. Yeah, just incredible. The other 2 things were last 4 games against ranked opponents. What's the point differential? What do we think?
Well, I can tell you. I can tell you the last 4 games. So this one was the loss by 31. What was the Penn State score, Don? Was it 55 or wasn't 55?
54-10 against Ohio State.
54-10. So there's 44. So that's 75. And then let's see, top 25, James?
Yeah.
So Michigan would be on that list. They lost by 14?
27-14, I think.
A year ago, we scored on the last play of the game, as I recall, to make it maybe 14.
Okay, so 13-point differential. So that's, where am I at? 75, 88. And there's one more I'm missing. Who was the 4th? Was that last year? Were there 3 last year, or was there just the 2?
Big Ten championship game.
Okay.
That
so
was
42 to 3, right?
Yeah, last
39, so we're in the hundreds.
last 4 games against ranked opponent. Granted, they've all been against really good ranked opponents, but the differential is 154 to 27 with an average final score of 38.5 to 6.75. So a average of 32.5 points per game loss.
Not good.
That's what happens when you run up against the good teams and you play like us.
Were they all top 10 teams, I guess, or no?
Penn State 7th, Ohio State, where were they, 6th, I think?
They were all top 10 teams.
Yeah, they were all top 10.
Yeah.
But still, that's just, you're getting your pants pulled down over and over again on national television.
I mean, this was the first Big Ten CBS game, and we put our team out there to get curb stomped. It's embarrassing. And we are our yardage for our total offense for the year is now at 249.75 yards per game. Why is that significant, Corey?
247 yards per game?
249.75.
Probably because that's near the bottom of the FBS.
There's another reason why it's significant. It's because we had 251 a game last year.
So we're just a little bit below our.
We're 2 yards or 1 zone rush play away from last year.
Let's see. What are the? We have this updated yet? I'm looking at the
FBS stats for week 4 aren't updated, but when it comes out, we'll be second to last in total offense.
Are you?
We'll be 130th once again, or 132nd, whatever. Is there 131 teams? 133?
I agree with Jack. That's incredible. It's like what your text to me during the middle of the game, Don, when all you said is incredible.
Yeah.
It's not even.
I just had
Don, I don't know if you probably didn't mean it in this way because you're more of a serious guy than I am in most cases. But when you say something like that during a game, like this is incredible, I actually look at it not as like you're dumbfounded, you're upset, you're frustrated. No, you're actually past that point. You're looking at it as almost like scientifically a feat of nature.
Like it's
incredible.
That's what that sounds like.
It defies logic.
The fact that you could have 97 plays and you have your opponent has run more plays than you've gained yards. That is an incredible feat. Like we need to be getting some Guinness people in here to record this stuff in a book.
Yeah, you think that might show up on Jeopardy someday?
Our first nationally televised game on CBS turned into a Jeopardy question.
It's just so they've gotten, just recap, the last 4 times they've been on national television against top 25 teams. They've all been really good teams. Michigan twice, Ohio State, Penn State. They've gotten creamed by like 110. And 3 of those games are on Fox, and 1 of the games is on CBS. So
yep.
Obviously they're not playing a top 25 this next week, but we'll see. They might get another if they win the West, Don, they may get another chance at a top 10 team later this year.
Well, here's the interesting thing too. If you actually go through the rest of the schedule on ESPN, I was just curious because I keep seeing, Wisconsin got hammered in the first half against Wazoo. Minnesota doesn't look good. Nebraska gets drilled. Northwestern's obviously not very good. ESPN gives Iowa a 66% or greater chance to win every single one of the games left on the schedule except Wisconsin.
They'll still win the West, Kyle.
And that 66% chance correlates roughly, based on what I've seen in the past, to about a touchdown favorite, or a little bit less if it's 66 exactly. So they're at least a 1 touchdown favorite in every game except Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I mean, that's remarkable considering and ESPN FPI is, if anything, like they would not read a team like Iowa very well because it is numbers based. So they're going to put total offense and stuff like that into the calculation. And even given that, they still have Iowa winning 9.5 games or so, somewhere in there.
I still believe Iowa will win this division, Don. I still stand by that prediction that I made a month ago. I still think they'll win this division.
Now you realize to do that, we almost absolutely have to beat Wisconsin. Because if they beat us,
yeah, but I don't have
we're really 2.5 games behind, not 2.
I don't have a whole lot of confidence in Wisconsin in general. So they may beat Iowa and Wisconsin at Wisconsin, but I could see them losing somewhere else. This is an unpredictable, weird division, Don.
This is.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
You're telling me that Wisconsin may not lose to Ohio State at home. They may not lose to Minnesota on the road. They may not lose to Rutgers at home, to Illinois on the road. I could see them dropping any of those games. I just don't trust Wisconsin. I don't trust
someone the other day was theorizing that the winner in the West might have a 5-4 record. I don't think that'll happen, but I could see where they might think that it would be 6-3 maybe.
You think we're the laughing stock of the country now? Watch the division winner be 5-4 in conference play and see what happens on social media.
And then get absolutely just creamed in the Big Ten title game.
Well, in the meantime, of course, we got 3 teams in the East that might end up all beating each other. Maybe they all have 1 loss.
Yeah.
That would be crazy. Incidentally, Ohio State won on the last play today, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. That was remarkable. And Notre Dame had 10 players on the field for the last 2 plays of that game.
Wow.
They didn't even have 11 guys on the field both times.
Why?
Marcus Freeman said they were trying to get another D lineman on, but they didn't want to get penalized. And then the reporter jawed back at him and said, basically, even if you did get flagged, they wouldn't have scored. You can't score on a flag, so you need to get your 11th guy in.
All they would have done was been half the distance to the goal.
Yeah.
They were at the 2, so it would have been.
No, they were at the 1. They were inside the 1.
At the 1, so half the distance to the goal at the 1.
It would have been a 6-inch penalty or something.
At some point, yell at your guys to just shove the center to the ground, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right, Don?
Yeah.
If you were the head coach in that situation and you knew that a penalty wouldn't do anything, but
if I was the head coach, we'd have 11 players out there.
But if that happened and you had 10 out there, would you run out in the field and tackle the ref? Because
you have 13 players on the field before you'd have 10, right?
Yeah, you would think.
That was crazy. But
anyway, well, Kyle, I appreciate it, and you're not going to believe this. I still got people here wanting to talk, but for being here and
you guys, I mean, it's on a night like tonight, but
yeah.
Thanks for hanging in there with us, Kyle.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Don. We all do. I promise you. I know it's not always conveyed properly in some of these calls, but we do appreciate it.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you.
And Joshua in the chat says, do you think the poor O-line plays in part due to the departure of Chris Doyle? Don, we've talked about this before as well.
It's possible. It's possible. I know there are a lot of guys that had long NFL careers that are quick to thank Chris Doyle. I'll say that.
Thank you for the super chat, Joshua. And Joey, did Ontario Thompson get in? He was absolutely in there on punt block duties, just didn't get home. Joe wants to know if the Penn State punter was kicking the ball at Iowa's Gunners, Don. Was that a strategic thing?
No. I don't think so.
Jack says, Coach, I have to ask, if you were to fix the offense with its current roster, including defensive players, what would you do to fix it? I feel like we've covered that before, Don. First of all, you got to go back to the drawing boards as far as your playbook, right? Isn't that where it starts? Or am I wrong on that?
Yeah, it sounds like he's asking about it more in terms of personnel. It's too bad. There's no time to switch a defensive player over now to the offense, but it wouldn't be hard to imagine that maybe one more defensive player coming over might help us. And the example, of course, was our old center was a defensive lineman, right? Before he got moved to center, and turned out that was a great move for us. I don't know who would be the most logical candidate, but you'd think there probably would be one. Let's face it, if you're the ninth defensive lineman, are you going to get more playing time than if you're the sixth offensive lineman? I would suspect you probably play a bigger role as the sixth offensive lineman, because that means the other five would have to stay healthy for you not to be out there all the time.
I want to thank Brad Van Meter and his team down at State Farm. Been talking about him throughout the year. He's sponsoring postgame coverage here from the Hawkeye of the Storm for football, and he was with us for basketball last year. Definitely give him a call for great insurance rates. Maybe don't call him at 1:30 in the morning, but call him Monday morning. He'll help you out. 515-256-6480. That's 515-256-6480, or online at bradvanmeter.com, serving up great rates on auto, home, renters, business, and life insurance. The largest auto insurance company in the country. Visit him in person at 4229 Fleur Drive in Des Moines, and also Iowa Smokehouse. Use the code Hawkeyes for 15% off your order, and check out their wonderful variety of snacks, from their beef sticks to their beef jerky, their steak bites, even their barbecue sauces and ketchups. Goes good with a good bourbon or whatever you prefer. Maybe it's a beer. Again, shop online at iowasmokehouse.com. You can also follow them at Iowa Smokehouse, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. We appreciate Iowa Smokehouse sponsoring our coverage here from the Hawkeye of the Storm. We're trying to kind of finish this thing up, folks, but Don and I eventually need to go to bed. Let's go to our next caller, Iowa Smokehouse call-in line. Bobby, welcome to the line to the show, and thank you for waiting.
Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you, Bobby.
All right, perfect. Been here for a bit. I told you if I could, I would try to get here to one of the post-game ones. And
how long have you been waiting here, Bobby?
I don't know. I got here, I think, close to when it started, but I realized I was like, there's got to be a lot of people, and I was making dinner, actually. I didn't eat during the game. I was too, I don't know, entranced, or just couldn't pull my eyes away from like the car crash that was the game. But I got home and I was just listening while I was cooking. I was like, I just hope I don't get called in while I'm cooking steak on the stovetop.
Well, I appreciate you waiting around so long, and even at 1:30 in the morning, I do appreciate that.
Oh yeah. Well, last time I called in, I don't know if you remember, I asked if there was a loss and you'd either feel better about the rest of the games or feel worse. I personally, after this loss, I don't know if I'd say feel much worse, because I feel like Penn State played pretty well, but I think watching, somehow, some way, I feel worse about the offense in a way. Just, I don't even know how to explain it. I knew it wasn't going to be like great, but it wasn't working, and it just never changed throughout the whole game. We kept going out there, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, and I was like, you would eventually be like, we're down 17, we're down 24. Try something at that point. I just watching it, all I could think was, well, now the Wisconsin game's scary. Now the Nebraska or Minnesota game are more scary than prior. I didn't know if like now after the loss, are you more scared for any of the games rest on the season?
No,
No.
I'm not. Because I just
All right.
no, I'm not. This offense is really what I thought it was. Am I disgusted by the fact that the offense could do absolutely nothing today? Yeah, I am. But hobble Cade McNamara, ineptitude with play calling, antiquated schematics, an offensive structure, a playbook that's clearly way too small. You know, there's only so much upward mobility that you're going to have even with upgrades. Now, right now, the numbers don't show much of an upgrade. Now, they're averaging 21.3 points per game. If you compare the first 3 games of the season, it's apples to oranges. If you compare the first 3 games of the season this year, first 3 games last year, Iowa scored more points. And I think it's clear the offense is better this year than it was last year, even with this performance. This was a really good Penn State defense. Don, this is a really good Penn State team. Got a chance to be a national title contender. And you know, if Drew Aller plays as well as he did today, and he has been, they got a chance. So I'll say that. I don't think the West is very good, Bobby. I think they beat Michigan State. I think they beat Northwestern. I think they beat Minnesota. I think they beat Illinois. I think they beat Nebraska. What's left? Rutgers. That'll be a tough game. Rutgers is tough. They battled Michigan for a while today. Wisconsin on the road will be tough, but they're vulnerable. So I just no. This is not like this result just changed my perspective on the season. I'm incredibly disappointed and disgusted and frustrated, just like everybody else. But man, I mean, we've seen this before, and you know, as what was the old Cardinals coach after the loss to the Bears in the playoffs? Don, they are who we thought they were.
Oh yeah.
Who was that? Who was that said that? What was the guy's name?
I can't think of his name now.
But that's kind of what I feel about Iowa. They are who we thought they were, Don.
Yeah. Well, here's the reality. Because of our good defense, or maybe even excellent defense, and our superior kicking game, we have a chance against everyone. We have a good chance against everyone.
Dennis Green.
Was it Dennis Green? Okay.
Boy, a lot of people throwing that up in the chat. Does that answer your question, Bobby?
Yeah. And the other question I have, I'll try to make it quick. When does it get scary, or to the point it's like there's no like, obviously Brian's not getting fired mid-season. Obviously after the season they're going to look and see if he's still going to be the offensive coordinator or get moved somewhere else, or if our O-line coach needs change, or if Kirk's gone. But like next season we get 4 teams joining the Big Ten that even on a good day for our offense, I don't see us beating them in many situations. It's just next year it's not going to be pretty. It's going to probably be worse. When does it go from, okay, let's get a new offensive coordinator? Well, now team recruits just watch you do whatever we call our offense for years, so they don't want to join you. So new offensive coordinator has less than Brian has. Like, I think the part, like, watching it is like, how do you dig yourself out of this like rut that's just kind of perpetual? We don't have receivers or good O-line, but like, why would anybody who is good at receiver or O-line want to come join whatever we have? Like, is it something you think can be fixed, or is it like next year it's already a lost cause at this point?
No, it's not a lost cause. I don't think Kirk's going to be here next year. That's my personal opinion, Bobby. I think this is his last year.
I didn't want to say it, and part of me would be like, you would think, but at the same time, I thought after last year, Brian was gone, and that didn't happen. And I would hope they could see like just wasted potential with the defense and just like everything, like the fans, like, I don't know, at this point, delusional thinking it gets better. Watching it, you just hope it doesn't get worse or just can't get better, if that makes sense. It's just eventually you're going to dig yourself in such a rut that it's going to be so hard to get out of. I feel like you see that with a lot of teams. I think like Nebraska, they're trying, but like you've been bad for these past few years. Like, how do you dig yourself out of that? But yeah, if Kirk's gone, I feel like next year I feel like it's going to be ugly. First year coach.
We'll see. Yeah, we just don't know what the future is going to hold. A lot of change next year, whether Kirk is here or not. A lot of change at the conference.
Oh, yeah. All right. I'll let you go get through your calls or go to bed. And if it was me, put Cooper in a quarterback next game. Screw it at this
Sounds
point.
good, Bobby. Thank you, sir. Appreciate Bobby sticking around so long. Let's get to our next caller. Iowa Smokehouse call-in line. Eric. Eric, you've been waiting around for a while. Not much, man. How are you?
Well, I've gotten sober all of a sudden, so
Hey, good. It's good.
Well,
we've been on here for close to 4 hours, so
yeah,
good time.
So big thing for me tonight. Iowa had the ball for 14 minutes, 33 seconds. Terrible, but what got me going is the trenches on both sides of the line. We were not getting any push on the defense at all. We have good players on the line. We got Deontay Craig. We got Joe Evans. Kirk was talking up the offensive line during the offseason. We haven't seen that at all. What's your thoughts on that? I think the defense can get turnovers if the defensive line can actually get a push or a pass rush. We haven't seen that outside of last week's game. And last week we played a not very good Western Michigan team.
I thought the defense got a decent push in the first quarter. I felt like as the game went on, they got less of a push. Don, is that fair?
Yeah, I think we won some of those battles early on for sure, but we simply were out there too long.
Yeah. Like I said, I thought Deontay Craig was really good tonight, especially early. I've been satisfied with what I've seen from Joe Evans. I thought Max Llewellyn and Ethan Hurkett, those guys have been a lot better this year so far than what I think a lot of people expected. I'd still like to see more from Y.A. Black. Maybe he's just not that type of a guy, but with his size, Aaron Graves, a little bit underwhelmed with Aaron Graves right now. I don't know if he's getting a lot of double teams, Don. I suspect he's not, but I'd like to see him get in the backfield a little bit more. Are you surprised he hasn't created more havoc for opposing quarterbacks?
Yeah, he hadn't showed up as much as you might expect. I don't know how many snaps he's been getting in these games, but hasn't been quite as prominent as you might expect.
What do you guys think of the offensive line? It seems like pass pro was very good beginning of the year. It was decent today, good last week. It seems to be waning as time goes on.
Well, pass pro wasn't good today. That's for certain.
No.
Really good defensive front for Penn State. I mean, they're good.
Yeah, our tackles had a long day today. In particular, both tackles did. I think our problems were more against the edge rushers than the inside rushers. Although our inside guys, they certainly struggled too. We had penetration, not just off the edge. We had penetration inside too. I felt sorry for Cade because he didn't have much of a chance.
Do you guys see Cade trying to press too much, trying to do too much as a whole? I know, Cade is definitely the best quarterback we have in the team. He's far and above better than what we had last year. It just seems like he's pressing a lot, trying to take too much on his shoulders.
Don, do you see him pressing?
I'm just concerned that he's not nearly 100% healthy. I don't know where he is right now, but the time he ran on the bootleg, that was painful to watch, because he certainly didn't look like he was a healthy football player.
Well, that's all I got, guys. I appreciate everything you do. I love watching your show every week. So,
Thank you, Eric.
Good work.
Appreciate that, sir.
Thanks, Eric.
Sweet dreams, Eric. Let's go to our next caller, Micah, our Iowa Smokehouse call-in line. Welcome.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear you, Micah?
Yes.
All right, cool. I was having mic problems earlier, but no, thank you guys. First of all, thank you guys for staying up this long and providing this therapy session for us. I'm over in Denver, Colorado, so it's a little bit earlier over here, but I can't imagine if you guys can't believe you guys aren't falling asleep on the job over there, but thanks. I appreciate it. I had a couple questions. We've talked kind of ad nauseum about the wide receivers and the passing game. And I looked up some statistics, and I sent you guys a super chat last week. It was about the last time an Iowa wide receiver led the game for both teams in receptions, and you have to go all the way back to Arlen Bruce, October the 1st of 2021 against Maryland, 6 catches, 43 yards. And that's been quite a while. But I was looking at our overall receptions leader at the wide receiver position going back to 2017. And it's interesting. You see 2017, Nick easily led wide receivers with 51 catches, 530 yards, 4 touchdowns. The next year it was Nick Easley again, 52 catches. Then Nico Ragaini in 2019 led with 46 catches. And then you have the COVID year. And in 2021, it was Nico Ragaini again, but with 26 catches. The next year, it was Nico Ragaini again, 34. And this year, Nico Ragaini is on pace for 24 catches, and he's leading the receivers. And so you see, there's a specific trend downward in terms of how the wide receivers are being utilized. And we've looked at it from an offensive line standpoint. We looked at it from a scheme standpoint, from a quarterback standpoint. But my question to Coach is there also a defensive coordinator element to this? You mentioned playing Miami back in the Hayden Fry era where they would change their schemes. They changed their scheme from game to game. Do you see anything on the defense from opposing defenses where they're taking away something that we used to get on a regular basis? Because you also look at the type of players that are leading the team in receiving. Nico Ragaini, Nick Easley. Before that was Riley. Was it Riley McCarron? It was kind of that shorter, shiftier wide receiver that plays. Yeah, the kind of the slot guys. Is there something opposing defenses have been doing since that COVID year that are taking away that some options that we've normally gone to the bank on, and that's just we haven't made an adjustment yet? Maybe
you see better across the board. You see better quarterback play now than you did 2 or 3 years ago. We do have some really outstanding cover corners in the league, and maybe you see more press coverage. Press coverage, of course, is usually higher risk on the part of the defense, but if you can defend it, of course, you might eliminate any catches at all. Versus press coverage. We certainly see some press coverage. We're not that good. Part of our problem, of course, we haven't been able to get great separation from the defenders that were on us, whether it was man or zone. The really good receivers are the ones that can scare you deep. I used to use that term a lot. The routes you run, for you to be a really effective underneath receiver, you need to be able to scare the corner deep downfield and force him to respect you with cushion. That gives you a better chance, of course, to catch all kinds of underneath throws, all kinds of shorter routes. But it all starts with being able to scare him deep downfield. If you can't scare him deep downfield, then he's gonna crowd you on or near the line of scrimmage, and without much fear of ever having to pay a price for doing so. So that's why I like to always start off with a guy like Tim DeWhite, or a guy like Damon Gibson, or a guy like Robert Smith, or Quinn Early. Those guys are all capable of beating you over the top. So you better think long and hard about playing press coverage on those guys, because they got such speed and quickness, that they're going to have a good chance to make you pay.
Do you see this problem becoming more pronounced next year when we have teams like Washington, who hung 45 points on Cal by halftime today, and Oregon, where the defenses out there in those teams are more used to these spread offenses, and they have more of those corners that can cover? Do you see that problem of our receivers having a hard time getting open just being even more pronounced as these new teams join the league?
Yeah, it's not hard to imagine that those 4 teams in general would be an upgrade over the average cornerbacks. Incidentally, Bill Hinge is the defensive coordinator at Washington. Billy played here for us, and I coached with Bill at University of Buffalo some years ago. Outstanding coach. He is their defensive coordinator.
Okay, well, thanks. Well, I'll just keep it at that because my frustrations are they've been expressed by everybody else today. So I'll leave it at that. You guys have a great night, and I'll just leave with this. If we can't hit a home run, coaching hire, if there is a coaching change at the end of the year of some kind, my vote is for head coaching position. I really like Craig Bohl and Tim Pollock at Wyoming. I really feel like if you can't hit a home run hire, those guys have had such major attrition in their program. It's hard to get someone up to Laramie, but they have done such an incredible job just developing and coaching up their players. I think that they would actually be pretty good fits at Iowa. Of course, Tim Pollock was here as the offensive line coach, but I'll leave it at that. You guys have a great night. Thanks again.
Thanks, Micah. All right, appreciate that. We've got 2 final callers, Don, and we're
okay.
Well, 3 final callers. We're gonna run through them fast, though. Iowa Smokehouse call-in line. Let's get back to our line.
Not David calling back, is it?
Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with Coach Don Patterson, who's on the line.
Fuck Penn State.
All right, let's go. We're down to 2, Don. Let's go to our next caller. I got to start screening calls. Jeffrey.
Yeah, hi, guys. Can you hear me all right?
Welcome, Jeffrey.
Yeah, hey, first, just to both of you, I've watched you constantly, and I can't thank you enough for what you do for us as a Hawkeye community. You do a great job. Coach Patterson, thank you for your Army career. It's cool. I did 24 years in the Air Force, and I got to respect that throughout. I was glad you got back home to see some of the folks a couple of weeks ago. Congratulations on that. And I don't know why I haven't called in. I cannot tell you, Corey, how much I agree. I'm so like-minded with you. It's crazy. I've been saying the same thing for 3 years. It's driving me nuts. I say I'm going to quit watching. That's bull. I'll never quit. I can't give up. I watched you, Don, when you were coaching with Hayden. Dad had season tickets. I heard you talk about Bob Cummins. I lived through that. I don't want to go back to that. I don't think we ever will. We got a brand now that can survive. Hayden gave us a brand. Kirk has kept it going. I am like you, Corey. Kirk is a hero to me. But I also want my hero to take off the blinders and open his eyes. I sent in the chat. I was the one that said, Don, your career, 79, you came with Fry, with Hayden. Coach, right. you told they didn't make you an offensive coordinator in 2 or 3 years. You earned the position. I look at somebody like our defensive coordinator right now, graduate assistant defensive coordinator. He did 15, 20 years before he ever got handed the reins to a defensive coordinator position. Brian got handed the reins. He's had 5 years to prove it. He hasn't proved sick 'em. And I don't want to put you in a bad spot, Coach, because I know you're hand in hand, and I am with you. I have so much respect for Coach Ferentz. It's ridiculous. So that's about. I know it's getting late. I don't want to keep you guys. If you got one more left, I'll let you guys critique what I had to say, and it's more. I mean, there's nothing to critique. I just enjoy you guys.
Jeffrey, real quick, appreciate you listening. We do. I know I can speak for Don saying we both appreciate hearing that. But I was just also going to say, as it relates to Kirk Ferentz, I do have a lot of admiration for Kirk Ferentz. but I'll just be honest. This is nothing against Kirk personally. If this means that if the only options are we continue with this offense as it looks now, whether that's with Brian or with someone else, continue with this offense and continue, trying to put together 7 to 9 wins, which is going to be harder to do with the changes in the Big Ten Conference in the coming years,
for sure,
starting next season. Or the other option is you lose Brian, you lose Kirk, and maybe you lose Phil Parker. I'm ready for that. If those are the two options, I'm ready to enter the next era.
I'm getting there, Corey, but it's scary for me. I'm getting there. Yes, I know what you're saying. And Kirk's not a spring chicken. He's going to be 70 pretty soon. So sooner or later, we got to pull the trigger. As much as none of us want to see, it was the same way with Hayden. Nobody wanted to move on from Hayden. But when a guy's getting close to 70, no offense, Don, I heard you say you're 72.
Right.
But, I agree with you, Corey. I think I was hoping, and it could still happen, I want Kirk to go out on a good year. I'm hoping we can come through, run the table, or, whatever it takes. Send him out on a good year.
I'm going to go on a limb and say what's going to happen, Jeffrey. You remember my preseason prediction? I had Iowa at 10-2.
Oh, yeah, and I agreed.
Losses to Wisconsin and Penn State. I stand by that. They'll lose those 2 games. Now, the only difference is I predicted that Wisconsin would still lose out in the West to Iowa because I thought Wisconsin would get a couple of Big Ten losses early. Wisconsin looked better last night than I expected them to look. So that's a little bit scary. They may, like Don said earlier, they may have to beat Wisconsin up there on the road now to have a reasonable shot at winning this conference. I think Iowa will win 10 games this year, still have a chance to win this West Division title, regardless of the offense. And if that happens, it's a perfect opportunity for Kirk to say, you know what? Too many changes. The offense is failing still. He's not going to say that publicly, but the offense is failing. The Brian didn't achieve his mark at 25 points per game. It's an uncomfortable situation. I don't want to be around here with this NIL crap that I don't really like, that I've adjusted to, but I don't like. I don't like the transfer portal. I don't like conference realignment. I don't want to play on the West Coast. I'm serious. It's the perfect opportunity for him to just say, hey, I'm going to win 10 games and go out on top. And he's not really on top, but you get what I'm saying.
Oh, exactly. 100%.
Yeah,
for sure.
And I'm okay with that. If he wants to stick around,
he's earned equity with us. You've used that same term, Corey. He's gained some equity with what he's done for this university.
But he's used that. But he's used some of that these last couple of years.
Agreed.
The patience of fans. That's not unlimited equity.
And like you said, I don't think he's going to do the right thing, which is Brian's got to go. I think we do need better blockers. We need all this. But I'm like you. Who is the offensive coordinator? Who does it come back on? Somebody's got to be held accountable. Somebody's got to stand up and do the right thing. And I don't see Kirk doing it. And unless that can happen and Brian moves on without Kirk moving on, I don't think and it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
He's that dedicated and he's that loyal that he's not going to say goodbye to his boy.
But he's got to do what's best for the program, Jeffrey.
I agree.
He's got to do what's best for the program. And he's done that for the majority of his career at Iowa. I don't want to see him stop doing what's best for the program because right now I don't feel with the offense he's doing what's best for the program. So.
And I don't want his legacy tarnished either for what he's done. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, step out while it's getting good. Thank you, Corey. Appreciate it.
Jeffrey. Good stuff, Don. Good calls even at 2 o'clock in the morning. Our final caller of the night, our Iowa Smokehouse call-in line, is a man decked out from the Hawkeye of the Storm gear. It's Tony. Tony.
So I want to say something. I've only been waiting 1 day on hold. I didn't get on until after midnight. So all these other callers that have been waiting 2 days on hold because of the after midnight.
And your camera's doing it again.
I know. I was pissed. I just need. I'm just gonna break down and buy a new camera.
That's got to be something wrong with the settings or something. You have to check.
Yeah, I looked into it, and the internet just says, "Oh, it's my internet connection." I'm like, there's no way it's my internet connection. That's just another thing. Since it's getting late, I want to make sure you guys do have your fantasy football lineup set for tomorrow in case you don't wake up in time.
I'll need to double check. I don't think Don does fantasy football.
I do not.
Guys, Don, you'd probably be really good at it.
I don't know, and I don't want to try. I got my hands full just with analytics.
You're going to have your hands full with this week's analytics, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I just have two things, one for Don and one for you, Corey.
Okay.
Don, I want to re-ask you a question that you were asked earlier. How can you tell when Iowa has lost the game? I don't think if you remember your answer. I just died laughing because it was with David, and your answer was when you look up at the scoreboard and the other team is scoring, and I just fell off my chair laughing.
Yeah, that's pretty definitive. Yeah.
Just so you're aware, my favorite moment of the night was when Tom Kakert told Don that Cade swore up and down that if they played Penn State again, that he's confident that Iowa would win. And Don said, well, Cade's delusional. That was my favorite moment of the night.
I'll be honest, I've only been listening since 12:30. I was working until midnight, so
I'll have to go back and watch.
Yeah, I'll have to listen.
Yeah, you missed some real nuggets along about 10:30 and 11, I think.
I'll have something to look forward to. That's for sure.
This is all going to be archived anyway, right, Corey? We can go back and listen again.
Absolutely.
The thing I'll close with, and Corey, I don't know if you remember, January 1st of this year, we had a post-game basketball show. We just finished a game on the road in Penn State. And I went on record and said, we're going to win the next 5 games. And everyone was down on the basketball team. Wasn't going to happen. We had one game canceled that got made up, and they did end up winning those 5 games if you counted it in succession. You remember where I'm going with this.
And then I remember them losing the first round of the NCAA.
They do. I'm now going on record with another prediction. Okay. After a Penn State road loss.
Okay.
We will not lose another regular season game.
Well, if that happens.
This is not counting the Big Ten Conference Championship.
I know. But that means they win at Wisconsin. That means they win.
Yep. I've looked at the schedule. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it's impossible because I said before the season I thought it was possible. The offense looks worse than I thought it would be. I can't believe I'm saying that. But Don said earlier, you're never as bad as you think you are. So maybe.
And Coach Close said the same things.
Well,
because this was after Eastern Illinois, Penn State, and whatever, because it's basketball and football, 2 different things. But something that I'm drawing similar parallels to is if we remember during that time, there's something where Chris was missing practice time and the team hadn't quite gelled. Cade had missed practice time earlier before the team started. Maybe it just takes a little bit longer. And then maybe finally this gelling happens and then they're off and running. That's where I'm trying to draw similar parallel. Because, we were at lowest of lows, if you remember in basketball. We just lost to Eastern Illinois. We just lost, I forget who it was. And then we lost to Penn State at Penn State, which is absolutely awful for basketball. And it just seemed like lowest of lows. It seems like I'm getting that vibe here now as well.
Well,
so
the difference is it's a long basketball season. It's not a long football season.
No, it's not. They've only got 8 left in the conference, and that without other things. But go ahead.
But I'm all for what you just said. Wouldn't that be nice? I'm less confident in them going on the road and winning at Wisconsin after this weekend than I was a week ago because Wisconsin looked pretty darn good yesterday, and Iowa did not look very good today. Well, I shouldn't say that. Don did. Maybe I'm being a little hard on Iowa. Did you feel like Iowa looked okay today?
I thought our defense was okay.
I'm being sarcastic. The defense was okay. Special teams had some uncharacteristic blunders. Punting game was fine. Jory Taylor was really good. We never got to see Drew Stevens. But the special teams will be fine, and defense will be fine moving forward. It's just, again, a matter of with the way this offense operates, can the offense stay out of the defense's way?
I wish we could have found out about kick returns. Maybe when the score was 17 or 24 to nothing, I wish we would have tried to return a kick.
I just don't understand that. Do you have any explanation as to why you wouldn't at least try when you're
All
down?
I can think of is Penn State had been really, really good, among the best in the conference in covering kicks. I don't know. Maybe we don't think we're very good at blocking, but we've busted some decent returns already this year, right?
Yeah, and actually, Caden, heading into this game, Don, would you be surprised to know Caden led the Big Ten in average per kickoff return yards?
Not very many kicks, though.
Not very many kicks, but in general, there's not many guys that mix in for each team, of course. So
Yeah.
smaller sample there, but he's capable and he's got speed.
Yep.
What's interesting too, Don, is ever since he's been used on kick return duty, you notice he's not really being used on offense.
Right.
They were using him on some sweep action. He's
Right.
not up there at all. So I don't
know why we didn't see any flash sweeps. Maybe we simply didn't think we could get around the ends. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming that they saw something on film that told them those plays would not work. I don't doubt that that's the case.
Now, would you guys would you guys take a day off and not watch the film tomorrow? Because I know you'll both rewatch the game. Will you just give it a day off and then start again on Monday, or when will you guys rewatch the game?
I probably will not rewatch it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to rewatch. I don't plan on rewatching it.
Because some games
you just flush it and.
Yeah, well, I've got analytics to do on 5 Big Ten games. I've already done the Friday night game, the Purdue game.
Mm-hmm.
But I got 4 games to do from today, and it takes a lot of time to do it. So I just got to turn my attention to that.
But Don, you're not endorsing the idea of the coaches and the players not watching the film?
No, I think you can learn from any film. In rare cases, Hayden might say, "We're going to grade the film, but let's not even show it to the players." That'd be extremely rare, though.
Well,
maybe a game like the offense had, maybe he'd say, "Don't even show it to them."
Yeah, I wonder if that's
make the corrections on assignments, but don't show them the video. He might say that. Kirk might say that. It's really a compelling argument. You gain anything or not. You have to correct the mistakes, but I'm just talking about assignment errors. Beyond that, do you really need to show them all these plays with a negative outcome? Maybe not.
Tony, can I ask you, do you know how many people we had on at peak earlier?
Do I get to guess?
You can guess.
I'll say 515.
We had about 1,200.
Holy buckets.
Between the two channels, a little over
yeah, because you got the voice of the Iowa, and then I will definitely have something to rewatch. It sounds like it was very entertaining.
Well, I don't know about that, but Iowa fans, we got 400 people on, and it's 2:15 in the morning. I mean, it's just amazing that Iowa fans are this passionate, and Don, I think that's part of the reason why you're willing to stay up late with us for all these hours, because you appreciate the passion of the fan base.
Absolutely.
So, Tony,
no, appreciate you guys' time. I'll let you guys get to bed. I got to go do the same. So, thank you.
Sounds good.
Corey, to all those fans that are still with us, just recognize it's never as bad as you might think. We'll bounce back, because we get character on this football team. And we'll learn from our mistakes. Maybe not as fast as we want to, but we'll learn. And I can't sit here and guarantee we're going to win out, but it's certainly possible. But all we need to do is focus on Michigan State. No reason to look ahead.
Is it fair to say this should be a confidence building game? Like, they should go beat Michigan State. Like, this game against Penn State could easily break a team's confidence. If it did in any way, they got an opportunity to gain that confidence back under the lights against a team that's given up a lot of points, a lot of yards to various teams this year. Like, this is an opportunity to regain that confidence.
Yeah, exactly. We should be playing like we're on a mission. We should be able to think we've got off to a good start, but I'm not letting up, because we have to demonstrate great improvement from one Saturday to the next. modest improvement's not good enough. You know, we need more improvement than that. And maybe we can get that done. I hope so.
All right, folks. Appreciate everybody being here, man. This is we've set a record, over 4 hours. Don, promise we're not going to make this a habit, but this is just such a. I don't even know how to describe this. Obviously, it's been a historical evening for reasons that we wish were not the case.
A lot of fans are seriously concerned, I think, and hopefully our conversation maybe puts them in a better place than where they were.
And one final thank you to RTI Threads. I've talked about them. They're supporting the show through sponsorship all year long during the post-game show, proudly carrying the official merchandise and apparel of Hawkeye star Cooper DeJean at cd3lacesup.com. That's www.cd3lacesup.com. They also have apparel lines for Zach Lutmer, Carson Shire, Aiden Hall, all featured on their NIL roster as it continues to grow. Visit rtithreads.com. And boy, those guys, you cash in on those guys now because those guys have a bright future in the back end of that defense. Again, rtithreads.com and cd3lacesup.com for the official apparel and merchandise of Iowa cornerback Cooper DeJean. All right, Don, give me some parting words. Iowa, Michigan State next week, under the lights in Kinnick. It's just it's going to be something because they're going to get a game on NBC. We got a game on CBS for the first time in forever. Now we get a game on NBC for the first time in forever. Michigan State struggles. Their secondary under Mel Tucker's not really been good ever. It was better a couple of years ago with the Peach Bowl, but they've been bad again this year. They got smoked by Washington, got smoked by Maryland. This should be a confidence-building game for Iowa. They need it to be a confidence-building game for the offense specifically. Hopefully, you can't expect a big lead at halftime to where you can rest some guys in the second half because they got a lot of work to do. Just give me your overall thoughts on the Spartans and the Hawks next week.
Well, the mentality for sure on offense should be we have to atone ourselves for what we did against Penn State. We have to not be satisfied just with improvement, but our goal should be marked improvement, significant improvement. Anything short of that, I would hope we would feel would not be good enough. We gotta gain confidence with how we can play because 1 week later, correct me if I'm wrong, 1 week later is Wisconsin. Is that right, Corey?
Good question. 1 week after the Michigan State game is Purdue, and then they get Wisconsin after that.
That's right. We're at home for Purdue.
Yep. They get 2 straight at home. And just for the record, Michigan State, I've talked about their struggles. They gave up 31 today to Maryland, 41 a week ago to Washington. And those 2 games are the 2 games since the Mel Tucker controversy started. And he has since been – he's not with the team, right, Don? I haven't even been watching that game today. But it sounds like he's done. And so the psyche of that team you wonder about. They've scored a combined 16. They scored a combined 76 points in their first 2 games. Now, granted, they were against Central Michigan and Richmond. Their last 2 games, Maryland and Washington, they've scored a combined 16 points and they've given up 72 in their last 2 games. So 72-16 these last 2 games combined, and they get a road trip to Iowa City for a game under the lights on NBC. And again, Iowa, you've got to get that passing game going against a team with a known for having a bad secondary. But man, nothing was working tonight, Don. The run game, the pass game, special teams was had its downs, and certainly the defense. You're on the field that much, it's hard to be successful. So we'll look forward to that next week. Again, Iowa losing tonight to Penn State, 31-0 on CBS. We'll look for better times ahead. And you see the Brian Ferentz points per game tracker, 21.3 points per game as of right now through 4 games. We'll talk to you later in the week, folks. I'll have coverage for you throughout the weekend here from the Hawkeye of the Storm. And thank you, Jeffrey, for becoming a member. Didn't want to forget Jeffrey becoming a member. Thank you for that. We'll talk to everybody very, very soon. Have a great night, and we'll talk to you in the morning.